What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching Aviation Live. My name is Boy. It is Saturday, November 16th, 2024, and we are standing at the Polderbaan where wind is picking up and arrivals take place on Polderbaan and on the center runway. Well, not so much on Polderbaan right now because the runway inspection is in progress, preceding the closure of the center runway around 9:20 a.m. local time. A lot of ducks have aggregated over here, as you can see, and the inspection takes place right there. We have a great show today in store. As long as it stays dry, we should have a great show for you. As you guys can see, the wind is blowing from the south-southwest, already in double digits. I brought the blimp with me for optimal sound. We have a ceiling at 3,000 feet, scattered clouds at 1,900 feet, 9 degrees C. Temperature is almost 50 F. Orange Pride is approaching, expected in a little under half an hour from now. Almost nearing Dutch airspace. Suriname, the A340-600 is expected just past noon. The Emirates A380 expected past noon. Both expected to land on Polderbaan because around 12:15 only one runway will be open for arrivals. Whether or not we're going to see Atlas Air remains to be seen. It will land most likely on the center runway, which is the secondary runway for arrivals today. This one, arriving a little bit earlier, will land on Polderbaan. Weather permitting, I'm going to stick around until this airplane has landed, and if they don't differ that much, the ETAs probably until this airplane has landed as well. Air China Cargo, probably too late for me. First of all, we have to see what the weather is going to do. That's the most important thing of concern to me right now. It is said that rain is coming in to the country later today. And what time and with what intensity, I'm not sure yet. Very good morning to everybody who has joined already. Wolfgang, Maria, good morning. Now, wind is picking up. The blimp is over there. That's where you hear the ambient sounds from today. It looks like the first airplane on the glide slope to the Polderbaan is Swiss Bombardier C-Series, or is that still going to center? I think it is coming this way, although I don't see the lights. Oh wait, no. I gotcha. Very good morning to everybody who has joined in the meantime. Damien, Leo, World Aviation, Ed, Marcel, Ian, Dion, Bevroren Patat, Voids Aviation, good morning. Hope you all are doing well. Now, big picture wise, what does it look like? Yesterday it was odd weather. Today it looks a bit more open. Actually, more bits of blue here and there. The wind is blowing from over there, so that's where we need to look to see what we are getting. On the scale of chimney smoke, things look like so. Hey Jane, good morning. Privet, good to see you. Hope all is well. Robin, goedemorgen. Welcome all others. So, for some reason the duckies have chosen to set up shop right next to me. Well, in the relative vicinity of me. Interesting. Second airplane visible in the background is KLM Flight 702. That's a 787-8 Dreamliner arriving from 787-9 Dreamliner arriving from Buenos Aires. And the third airplane turning in is Vueling. And the second Vueling is flying downwind west of me. I'm looking. I think on paper I should be able to see the airplane if I know where I need to look. Right now I'm failing to find it, so maybe we'll catch a break later today with airplanes on the downwind leg. Hadi Siegfried, goedemorgen. Polderbaan, 18 right voids aviation. Hey there Bob, good to see you. Now the wind is blowing from the west and you can see that the airplanes are also crabbing. Unfortunately my tidal space on YouTube is only so big, so crabbing arrivals, waiting the crabby arrival of the quad squad unfortunately became too long. Ooh, and the sun is also coming out. Oh, gorgeous. To the right of me, the sun is now shining through the clouds. Terrific. Thus far, no image stabilizer enabled. Let's see how it goes. I can enable it if necessary. If you think it might be necessary, let me know. Thus far, the vibrations seem to be moderate. The wind vibrations. Swiss, starting the day with a Bombardier C-Series. Now, what better way to start the day? Well, a Queen. Okay, I'll give you that. Morning sunshine, shining through the clouds. And a butt shot to boot. Doesn't get much better than this, does it? Good morning, foreign B&B Games, Daniel. Andre, good morning. Spirit A319, good morning. Marianne, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Good morning all others who have joined in the meantime. Welcome to the show. Now, contrails in the sky, and are we going to get a contrail conjunction? It almost looks like it. Well, I think the clouds are going to be in the way. To the left, drifting in. Yeah, that's a pity. That looked promising. More quackers over there as well. I'm surrounded, well, shouldn't have called them quackers. Now they are insulted. And away they are. Kilo Flight 702, arriving from Buenos Aires, 7879 Dreamliner. Hadi Gebakje, goedemorgen. Alan, good morning. Speaking for myself, I am well indeed. Thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you, Alan. Peter, goedemorgen. Andrea, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Welcome all other viewers as well. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boye. We are standing at the Polderbaan, where we have a lot of duckies and somewhat crabby arrivals. The entire quad squad is coming in. Quad-engined airplanes visiting Schiphol Airport these days, consisting of the A340 600 Suriname, or at least ULS I think it was, flying on behalf of Suriname. Obviously the Emirates A380, as well as a 747-8 from Atlas Air, and I think the one arriving from the east, was it A747-400? Anyway, that's going to center. I think the quad squad members are all coming to the Polderbaan, or at least one of the queens. Bird controller coming this way. 3 airplanes on the glide slope, Vueling in the foreground, arriving from Bilbao. 737-900 arriving from Porto, KLM number 2. And another Vueling A320 arriving from Barcelona, number 3. So there is a SAS Embraer 195 coming in, now number 3, and an E2 Embraer 195 from LOT becoming number 4. Next airplane coming in is KLM flight 1570, arriving from Porto in Portugal. 2 hours and 8 minutes on the way, 737-900, 23 years old, first flight September 2001, same month as 9/11. Skibidi, good morning. Daniel, good morning. Claudie, good morning, or Cloudy, not sure how to pronounce that. Hey there Ian, good morning. Indeed, quite good visibility. No longer than the nebulosity that we had yesterday and earlier in the week. We also have a bit more wind than we had in the previous couple of days. It is preceding a change in weather with more precipitation later today. And as of tomorrow, more showery and colder weather is expected. So I'm not sure about my likelihood of going out to stream tomorrow. For now, weather type is also becoming a bit more open, which allows us to see contrails, although the contrails that we can see are pretty far to the south of me. Looking up and around me, well, on occasion we should be able to see something. Right now nothing in the immediate vicinity though. Next up is Vueling flight 8300, arriving from Barcelona, A320. Eleven-year-old airplane, first flight January 2013. It's still there. Hadimat, goedemorgen. Ricardo, goedemorgen. Mrs. Professor, good morning. Piotrke, goedemorgen. Welcome all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. Polderbaan, it is again. Not the only runway in use for arrivals. Bit more wind than we had yesterday and the previous couple of days. Blackburst, good morning. John, good evening. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Oh, and look at how beautifully lit the radio tower is. Heavenly light shining on the radio tower. Magnificent. SAS flight 2551 arriving from Copenhagen. Next to land. And from a regular Embraer 195 to an E2 Embraer 195, hopping on to the next generation. LOT flight 265 arriving from Warsaw, the next airplane coming in. Brand new airplane, hailing from the year 2024, not exactly sure which month, not being specified. And also John, thank you so much for your continued support. John celebrating 10 months of membership in your rides. Fantastic stream, boy. Just awesome, mate. Thanks. Mate, thank you so much for your continued support. I'm glad to hear that you're still liking the streams. Thank you so much for your continued support as a member, and I hope you're going to stick around as a frequent visitor for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. And do let me know if something isn't to your liking in the lounge anymore. After LOT, we are going to see A KLM Dreamliner arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. A lot to see at Schiphol Airport, always. This airplane very polished. It's the Splab. Little butt shot, allowing us to see through those see-through engines. High bypass, small core, and a lot of room around it. Quite clearly visible. Yeah, what? You stupid human calling us quackers. How dare I? What's that? BA? BA, Ryanair, looks like a narrow body. Flying south of me. Yes, the ducks are laughing at me. At least they're having fun. That's the most important thing. That's what these streams are also all about. Having fun together. Two heavies on the glide slope. Being illuminated on the right is KLM Flight 618 arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. It is a 7879 Dreamliner. You can see there's a little bit of crosswind from the west, so the airplanes are crabbing in a little bit. 6 hours and 4 minutes from Boston to Amsterdam. This airplane has been flying thus far. It's the PHBHD, 8-year-old airplane, first flight January 2016. After that, 777 time. 777 arriving from South Africa, Cape Town, KLM. Ambulance in the background on the highway, but not with a siren on by the looks of it. Orange Pride will be arriving soon. It's not this one yet. That is also coming in addition to all the Quad Squad members. First up, a regular 777, now beautifully illuminated by the sunshine, the morning sun. KLM Flight 598, 777-200 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. 11 hours and 17 minutes underway. Nearly half a day. The PHBQM is its registration. The airplane is 18 years old. Its first flight was in March of the year 2006. Good morning, Peter K. Good morning, Felipe. And good morning to all others who have joined us in the meantime. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Beautiful to see how the sun is illuminating parts and other parts are in the shade. It extends even to my left here. Really extraordinary to see. The airplane also in the sun. I'm standing here in the shade. Justin, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. Gratje, goedemorgen, good morning. Waxel Chizak. And good morning all others. Orange Pride is flying base, turning in a moment. Now number 2 to arrive, being preceded by KLM Flight 787, arriving from Port of Spain. That's an A330-200. with the registration PHAOC. Wah. Wah, 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 wah. Duck Squad. Going to the rest of the duck family. Wah, 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 wah. Here's KLM flight 787 arriving from Port of Spain. A330-200, flight time 8 hours 39 minutes. 19-year-old airplane. First flight October 2005. Storyteller duck. Indeed. Low-key wheelie, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Right, JD hopping off for a Thai massage. Enjoy, mate, enjoy. Hope to see you later again. Orange Pride is coming in from Johannesburg. In the meantime, let me quickly go to the computer and thank Daniel, who is celebrating 5 months of membership. Lovely day to Planespot. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to you too. And thank you so much for your continued support, Daniel. Hope all is still good in the lounge, and I hope you're going to continue to be a frequent visitor of the show for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Good morning to all others who have joined. Me, myself, Christy, Lane, goedemorgen. Chris, good morning. Going to Climax, nice, nice. Do report back how it was when you have visited. Theme park rides, good morning. This is the KLM Orange Pride, the PHBVA. This is coming in from South Africa, Johannesburg. Flying as KLM Flight 592, 10 hours, 34 minutes on the way. 16-year-old airplane, first flight January 2008. Let's look and listen to its landing. There she is, the Orange Pride. Good morning, Stefano. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, Eli. Welcome to the show, folks. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy, and we are standing at Polderaan, where the Orange Pride just now landed. Wind is blowing more or less from the west-southwest. And it is impressive to see. The sun is shining, but not everywhere. So bits of shadow and bits of sunshine. And glide slope shots. Next coming in, Lufty Flight 998 arriving from Frankfurt. Still to come, the Quad Squad. Let's have a look and see where they are at. So the Orange Pride just now landed. The first Quad Squad member to arrive is going to be either SLM, the A340-600, expected at 12:18 now, or, and now they're switching. The first Quad Squad member now seems to become the Emirates A380, expected around noon. It is approaching from the east, but it is arriving at a time that only one runway is open for arrivals, and that will be Polderaan. Arriving around 1:20, Atlas Air arrival from Miami, 7478. Another Atlas is coming in from the east, expected at 1:37. Not sure if I'm going to stick around for this one because it is going to land on the center runway. This one, and this one are expected to land at the Polderbaan where we are standing next to. So up close and personal, just like yesterday. Next up, Lufty, flight 988 arriving from Frankfurt. It's an A320. And the ducks are flying away. Apparently I've been too loud for them, to their liking. Lufty flight 988 arriving from Frankfurt. This is... The ducks are present and vocal. Alan, what up mate? Good to see ya. Bloody mother duckers have woken you up. Yeah. For streams on end you cannot see them if you look for them with a magnifying glass, and then all of a sudden the whole crew has gathered and is making a ruckus that you wouldn't believe. Now I'm standing in the sunshine for the first time and I can wave good morning to you all. Clemencia, goedemorgen. Good morning, Sean. Oh, Sean was the recipient of a gifted membership. This is EasyJet A320 Neo arriving from London Gatwick. Brand new airplane, first flight March 2024. An A320 Neorio. Alrighty. Next airplane coming in, Qatar, arriving from Doha, 777 freighter. First, a massive big thank you to Peter K, who just now gifted the membership. I thought Sean was in the chat, but it was just a message that he was the recipient of the gifted membership of Peter. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline, Sean. Don't forget to say thank you to Peter for your gifted membership. Don't forget to use the custom emojis and please enjoy your membership. Peter, thank you for your generosity. Welcome, Sean, to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Glob Donix asks, probably very windy. It is a bit windy, absolutely. That's why you can also see the airplanes crab a little bit. We have double digits wind speed in knots and the wind is not exactly perpendicular to the runway heading, but it is very westerly today. This is Qatar, arriving from Doha, flight 8205. It is a freighter. 5-year-old freighter. First flight July 2019. Medium clean flap surfaces. Could be worse, could be better. The Chinese are more dirty. KLM is much more clean. Goedemorgen David. Goedemorgen Bernd. Anita Leonard, goedemorgen. Kurdistan e-paper, good morning. Nobody is perfect, good morning. Erik, goedemorgen. Welcome all others who have joined. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy and we are standing at the Polderbaan. Now the only runway being used for arrivals. The Orange Pride already landed. The rest of the Quad Squad will be coming later today. Suriname A340-600. And check out how the sun is partially illuminating the road, but not the field next to it, nor the field where I am standing. That's because there is a small slither of blue sky where the sun is shining through, and the rest is clouds. Makes for interesting visual effects all around me. Similarly, the runway area over here not illuminated. A little bit further to the north, the touchdown zone is illuminated. And the airplane now still flying in the shade, but soon will enter into the sunshine. SAS flight 821 A320neo arriving from Oslo. Bon dia, goedemorgen. Alles lekker? Mario, goedemorgen. Rudy, good evening. Tuning in from Perth. No, Perth, no, that is good evening. No, good morning. Different Perth. Thea, goeiedag. They call me Am, guten morgen. Rob, goedemorgen. Sander, goedemorgen. Vinnie V, good morning. Ralph, goedemorgen. Kevin, good morning. Welcome all others. Check out the morning sunshine. Gorgeous. Hadikars, goedemorgen. RDW, goedemorgen. All others who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right, and I'm the only runway in use for arrivals. Wind is blowing from reasonably west, where darker clouds are drifting in. Rain is expected later in the day. What time exactly it is going to rain remains to be seen. Looking around me, now standing in a field that is illuminated by the sun. The rest around me is dark. Quite interesting to see. Because the wind is blowing, I also brought the blimp out. Next airplane coming in is Turkish flight 1951. It's an A330-300 arriving from Istanbul. And in the background we have another heavy hitter. Delta Airlines flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City. A330-300. Hadi Lise, goedemorgen. Don't tell me it is sunny over there. No. Hello. Well, the lighting is very interesting because it is shady on all sides around me. Not shady is the triplet of firefighter engines that are doing their daily patrol round and who are coming to pass us by shortly. Let's quickly turn back. This is Turkish A330-300 arriving from Istanbul. Flight 1951, 2 hours and 55 minutes underway. 8-year-old airplane, first flight March 2016. Now in the shade, soon in the sun. Wonderful. Another loud landing. That's a bit of a bummer. Hopefully we'll get compensated for that with the next landing. Also not in for a butt shot, unfortunately. Good morning, Jabir. Martien, goedemorgen. Rudy. Good evening. Alrighty, well, how much longer are we going to see the sunshine over here? The answer is not very long. You can see that the clouds are drifting in and the sunshine is moving away from us towards the east. Everything here now once again in darkness. So that was only a brief moment of bliss with the sun. Now, will we get auditory bliss in the form of loud reversers from Delta Airlines flight 56? Who knows? This is it. It's an A330 today, arriving from Salt Lake City, 9 hours 7 minutes underway, 8-year-old airplane, first flight January 2016. Peter, goedemorgen. Jan, goedemorgen. Harry in the left also has arrived. Quite a few ducks. Harry. Harry the Heron. The Dutch word Heady, H-E-R-R-I-E, means loud noise, which is exactly what this airplane is also producing. In-crowd joke for the Dutch speakers. Harry the Heron and Heady the A330. Yes. Touchdown. What you looking at? What you looking at? Firefighters is what we are looking at. Here they come. Here we come, yo. And again. I was about to say, the honks have gotten expensive due to inflation. First vehicle, now honking. They're on a budget, honk budget. Also have to save some for the folks at the parking lot over there. Few folks have gathered at the parking lot of the Spottersplatz, the official Spottersplatz already. In the meantime, an EasyJet is landing. Indeed, Bob. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Yeah. The darkness is back. Back again. Although, heavenly light, can't get enough of it. Tuteren is grote blij. Indeed, gewoon tuteren weet je. Lekker rappen weet je. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, EasyJet A320 Neo arriving from Birmingham is coming in. This is a regular Neo, no Neorio. The airplane behind it is a TUI Dreamliner arriving from Oranjestad, Jinshin. Hello, mate. Hope you've had a good day. Good to see ya. Alan asks if the pilots are paying for their own fuel. Very quiet reverse action. Well, if that were the case, you'd think that of all airliners, the Ryanair airplanes would land very quietly. Well, in actuality, the opposite is often true. So I don't think, at least not the Ryanair pilots. Although, let's not bring, what's that CEO's name again? Let's not bring him to ideas. Why don't we let the pilots pay for their own fuel? Michael O'Leary, I think it was? Yeah. Oh, check it out. Beautiful butt shot. We're not going to linger too long. Turn in a bit more. There you go. Because we are in line with the first exit. TUI Flight 361 coming in next. Lights of the next airplane behind it already visible. That is a bit further away. KM Malta. A320 Neo. First up, this is TUI Flight 361 arriving from Oranjestad. And that is on the island of Aruba. The A of the ABC Islands. 8 hours and 55 minutes underway. 9-year-old airplane, first flight March 2015. The ABC Islands lying off the coast of the Latin American country Venezuela. In the Caribbean Sea. Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao. also thought that there was a an A350 from Corendon coming in today. I thought there was also an A350 from Qatar coming later today, arrival from Doha. I think 2 A350s underway. Fritz, guten Morgen. Neil, good morning. Leo, goedemorgen. O'Leary would make you pay for the oxygen if he could. Yeah, I'm sure someday he will, just like how the Dutch government is going to tax sunshine at some point in the future. Just you wait. Taya has to go, see you later. Lois, good morning. YouTube Philip, good morning. Björn, goedemorgen. KM Malta is coming in, and the airplane behind it is KLM Flight 644. That is a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from New York, JFK. As you guys can see, a little bit of wind, a little bit of crosswind, not too much. Good morning, Frank. Good to see you again. Hope you're bringing us good news. Also a massive big thank you to Alan, who just now gifted the membership. See that Neil was the recipient of the gifted membership. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Neil. Alan, thank you so much for your generosity. Neil, please enjoy the membership. Don't forget to say thanks. And also don't forget to use the custom emojis that are at your disposal now for a month. We're also going to see a bank robber and a Croatian BCS. So quite a lot to see. Hopefully the weather will allow me to continue to stream until everything interesting has landed. Rain is expected later in the day. The 9H NEE means means no in Dutch. Dutch for no is nee. Morning, Brian. And welcome all others. Right, the Maltesers have arrived. Now it is time to see the New Yorkers arrive. This is KLM Flight 644, 787-10 Dreamliner coming in from New York, JFK, where it departed from 6 hours and 22 minutes ago. 3-year-old airplane, first flight December 2020. Oh nee. Indeed, Lise. Nico, goedemorgen. Well. Again, a couple of the heavy arrivals doing wheelies today. Seems that the wheelie competition has begun. Wheelie competition 2024. A slither of sunshine shining through the clouds. The rest of the sky right now is becoming overcast. Where we started the stream with bits of blue visible, now they no longer are, unfortunately. Wind on the scales, chimney smoke. Currently looks like so. Next airplane coming in is arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, KLM Flight 1402. Just turned onto the glide slope. Let's turn around and have a look at it. Bird control vehicle still standing there, standing guard if you will. A very good morning to everybody who has joined already. Welcome to the show, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing along runway 18 right, aka the Polderbaan, as it is colloquially called in Dutch. If you joined us just now, you might have already missed the landing of the PHBVA Orange Pride KLM 777-300 with the front half being orange. The entire quad squad is still expected. That is all the quad engined airplanes that these days are frequenting Schiphol Airport, including the ULC or UL, yeah, I think it was ULC, flying on behalf of Suriname, the A340-600. The A340-600 is coming, the Emirates A380 is coming, and we have several 747s on the way. At least one of which is expected, I think it was around 110, 115. Atlas Air, arriving from Miami, Florida, arriving from the west. Now all quad squad members are expected to land on the Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to. Due to where they're coming from or due to the estimated time of arrival. Both the A340 and the A380 expected around the same time. Should be good. Ideally, a combo glide slope shot. We've had that once before, where an A380 was on the glide slope and was being followed by a Boeing 747. The mother of all glide slope shots. Tom, goedemorgen. Arjan, goedemorgen. YouTube Philip, goedemorgen. And the plan is to stick around until, what is it, 1 to 1:30 or something? At least 12:30 should be attainable if the weather will allow me to. It's all weather dependent, whether or not it is going to stay dry. Infinite Mustafa says that the bank robber is coming, and indeed we can see it approach right now. Air Canada Flight 808 arriving from Toronto, Canada, here to get our money. It's a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner, 6.5 hours underway. 10-year-old airplane, first flight October 2014, and the airplane behind it is a KLM Dreamliner arriving, no, it's a 737 arriving from Zurich. Good morning, Sheila. Good to see you again. C. Pettigrew, good morning. Well, good evening to you then. Dennis, goedemorgen. Mr. Blood, good morning. All others who've joined. Ronald, goedemorgen. Canadian bank robber here to get our money. 1, 2, 3, 4. Canada deserves more money. Honey Marco, goedemorgen, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Dirk on tour, good morning. Klaartje, goedemorgen. En beterschap. And happy birthday if I'm not streaming tomorrow already. Andy, good morning. Gloomy Jakarta? What? Gloomy weather? In Indonesia? How can that be? Next coming in, KLM Flight 1918. Arriving from Zurich, it's a 737-800. World to Fly A350 coming in 50 minutes. So I think that makes then two A350s coming in. There was also an A350-900 arriving from Doha, if I recall correctly. Better bird shit than the bird hit, absolutely, Frank. Hadi Diana, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Happy Saturday to you and to all others. 737 arriving from Zurich, 330 nautical miles it has journeyed. 24 years old, this airplane. First flight July 2000. BA A319 coming in next. Arriving from Heathrow. We began the stream with significant chunks of blue sky, and how quickly things have changed. It's all gotten overcast now. Not a single bit of blue in the sky that I can see from over here. Now obviously there's still that little opening over there, but it is drifting from west to east, so it's getting even ever more further away from where we are standing. I thought I saw Fidel Castro, but I guess he saw a mouse and went for it. The next airplane on the glide slope in the meantime has become visible. BA flight 430, arrival from London Heathrow, A319. 37 minutes underway. It's the GEUOF, Jeff. And Jeff is 23 years old. First flight was in September 2001. Evan also back in the chat. Top of the morning, sir. Hope all is well. Good to have you back. If you just arrived, you may have missed the landing of the Orange Pride already, but you're still in time for the entire quad squad. That is the A340, the A380 and 747s. Bookie Meow, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Ed, good morning. Good to see you both. Bookie Meow, also long time no see, I think. A couple of streams it has been. I wouldn't dare to make fun of your name, Jeff. It's just the registration of this airplane is Jeff. And sounds like Jeff has a Jag as well. What will he be stealing today? Hey there, John. Good evening. Welcome back. Good to see ya. Welcome all others as well. For the time being, Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to, the only runway for arrivals until approximately 11 AM. There's usually a time slot from 11 to 11:40 where the secondary runway for arrivals is also open. Today expected to be 318 center, just like yesterday, which will make for parallel arrivals. Here we have Jeff. Firefighters have returned to the station. You can also see a windsock indicating the wind direction and speed somewhat. We prefer to use the scale of chimney smoke on the other side. Dennis informing us that it's 2 hours left before the A380 from Emirates is coming in to land. Stick around because we are going to see the Suriname A340 more or less around the same time. Last time we checked, both between 12 and 12:30. Now check out that flock of birds that is in the background, still in the vicinity of the airport, even though it is further away. Now quite clearly takeoffs from runway 24. Silver lining of the weather is that we can see quite well without a lot of distortion and backlight issues what is taking off from runway 24. We can also hear traffic overhead, outbound. Downside is we cannot see it because the ceiling is quite low. Well, in that sense, too low for outbound airplanes. 2 airplanes visible, the first being an Embraer 175 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic, KLM flight 1352, Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan behind it. Good morning, Interflug spotter. Richard, good morning. EU off. GEU off. It's a Brexit airplane. Or it was. Morning. No reverser landing by the looks of it, or if they did apply the idle reversers, because I didn't hear anything spool up. The slots already were shut again. Next up, Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan, 7 hours and 21 minutes underway. Just a little bit of crabbing because of the crosswind component from the left, from the west. The airplane is 17 years old, hailing from the year 2007, April to be more precise. Bird controller does seem to be moving. Just had a look at it. Think it might be coming this way. Looked like one of the Ranger Raptors. So it's K2, 3 or 4 then. Yes. K4. I think K4 has been called to the rescue because there are birds galore over there. Almost like an invasion. Mirza King, good morning. Bart, goedemorgen. Henry, goedemorgen. And welcome all others to the show. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy and we are standing at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Currently the only runway in use for arrivals. Wind is blowing more or less from the west. Clouds are drifting in. Rain is also expected later in the day. Hopefully we're going to stay dry at least until the entire quad squad has landed. They're underway, the A340-600, the A380 and 747s too. Good morning Jess, good to see you again. Hope all is well, welcome back. 2 airplanes on the glide slope, 737-700 in the foreground, KLM arriving from Geneva. Behind it is a 737-800 from Tarom arriving from Bucharest, flight 361. Suju, good morning. Frank asks if Sinterklaas is also coming by airplane today. Sint Nicholas is arriving in the Netherlands, traditionally by boat, steamboat in fact, riding a horse and having Black Pete as his helper. If you don't know who Black Pete is, Google it. A tradition frowned upon in many countries abroad. Maybe St. Nicholas is arriving with Vueling. Wah, 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 wah. The ducks are still having a blast and I hope you guys are too, and if you have been enjoying the stream so far, consider giving it a like if you haven't already, because that really helps to promote this content to people like yourselves who are into streams like these but who haven't come across the channel yet. Tarom flight 361 arriving from Bucharest, the next airplane to arrive. The baby bus no longer flying. Tarom has retired the only A318 in its fleet, still operational. Couple of weeks ago, unfortunately. 737, 800s and 700s, it now has become. 2 hours and 27 minutes this airplane has journeyed to get here. The airplane is 7 years old, its first flight was in April 2017. Bombardier C-Series 300 from Croatia Airlines will be next after this. which I think definitely looks way better than the Croatia livery does on the A320 series. Ooh. Now, not Black Pete, but Black Duck over here. Two, in fact. But the latter is definitely more dark. That's the goth of the two. Spot the goth. Are you going to the top? If not, why not? From Goth to Boss. Anybody know the reference? Croatia Airlines coming in next. Flight 450. Arriving from Zagreb in Croatia. Bombardier C Series 300, aka the A220. 1 hour and 38 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane. Began flying in July this year. The airplane behind it is an Embraer 190 arriving from London City, KLM flight 980. Is there more on the glide slope visible already? And the answer is no, not yet. Although something red is coming. Wolfgang, you shut the F up. You need rain. The channel has low water. No, that's perfectly fine, mate. That's exactly how we want it to be. We want to see the airplanes up close. Next stream will be on the other side. We can just walk over the water, which will just be a low level puddle by then. Nah, don't you worry. We'll get that sorted in the next week. Plenty of precipitation is falling in the upcoming week. I'm not sure if... I still hope that I can go out for streams next week, because it doesn't look like we're going to have a single day completely dry. At least not a day where I can go out to stream. Oh, QJ says that the A380 from Tarom is still flying. Interesting. I thought they said they were going to retire it at the end of October. Wolfgang is dancing for the sun. That's good. Rick Meester is doing rain dances, so you can offset his rain dances and hopefully we'll get some more sunshine in the upcoming days. KLM flight 980 arriving from London City, next to arrive. Embraer 190, 40 minutes on the way. That's a nominal duration for London Amsterdam. The airplane is 8 years old, first flight December 2015. Hey, Air Oink Oink is coming in. It looks like Air Oink Oink will be preceding playtime. So that was why I was zooming out a little. Ah yeah, there it is. In the top. That is Pegasus. A321neo, flight 1251. Coming in from Istanbul. And probably landing before playtime will. Howdy Robin, goedemorgen. Rudy, goedemorgen. And indeed, I think you are allowed to fish over here. There is plenty of fish in the canal. And there are no signs anywhere that fishing is not allowed. So if you have a regular permit, you should be okay and be allowed to fish over here. Though granted, in all the time that I've been coming here now, I have never seen anybody actually fishing. But it is allowed, because it doesn't say it's not allowed. That makes it allowed. Interesting, interesting. I'm sure I read on Luchtvaart News that the Tarom A318 was going to be retired at the end of October, but I guess they can still use it and do use it. Okay, well, I stand corrected. Apologies for misinforming you then about the Tarom A318. Would be nice if we can still see it in one of the streams. Crossing traffic. Right, so we have two Airbus A320neo family members. The A321neo from Pegasus in the foreground and play A320neo in the background. Goedemorgen Daniel. Buenos dias Francisco, who's tuning in from Mexico. Patrick Starr, good morning. And Patrick says, typical Dutch saying, it doesn't say that it's not allowed, so I think it is allowed. No, mate, that is how the law works. Unless something is forbidden in one of the law books of the Netherlands, it is allowed. So that is just how law in the Netherlands works. If it isn't forbidden, it is allowed. Pegasus coming in, Air Oink Oink, flight 1251, arriving from Istanbul, A321neo, 2 hours and 59 minutes on the way. 5-year-old airplane, first flight September 2019. Play behind it, and an Embraer 190 from BA City Flyer, arriving from London City, somewhere behind it. Probably a bit lower at the 7 o'clock of the number 2, but I'm not seeing it. That's usually where the third airplane is. Oh yeah, now they have the lights on and they're just a little bit further to the left and a little bit lower. Now you can see it more clearly, the light of the third airplane. And Asa tuning in from Istanbul, which is also where this airplane is coming from. What up, Dave? Good morning. Good to see you again. And thanks for the information, dear Contour. I must have missed that news flash then. Because initially they did say they were going to retire it, but I missed that they are extending its operation for a couple of weeks. The Pegasus bacon bus to Amsterdam. Indeed, Frank. Holy shizzle. Frank and his word puns. Keep them coming, mate. Keep them coming. Yeah, what is that lack of respect? What a lack of respect for Pegasus Airlines. Show some fucking respect. Next up, it is playtime, ladies and gentlemen. Members, use your custom emojis. We might also get a combo with Buttshot, the A320neo, flight 460, 2 hours and 29 minutes on the way from Reykjavik. The airplane is 2 years old, first flight October 2022. Playtime Buttshot combo coming in. Right, the wind is coming from there more or less. Now, sunshine isn't coming, but at least it doesn't look like darker clouds are coming this way, so looks like we are still good. Although, hope you guys savored the sunshine that was shining earlier in the stream. Doesn't look like we are going to have that anytime soon anymore. BA City Flyer coming in from London City. Up next, it's an Embraer 190, 41 minutes on the way, nominal flight time, 10-year-old airplane, hailing from the year 2014, month not being specified on flight radar. Not sure why that is. Months ago, almost well, I think each airplane that didn't have NA at the age would say the first month, the month and the year of the first flight. And now they still do in most cases, but some airplanes just say the year. And that also goes for airplanes of which I know for sure that that was also being mentioned, that the month was also being mentioned beforehand, such as the DAPRI Chucky, which now sometimes says just 2008. Well, I know for a fact that the first flight was in January of that year. Random glitch in flight radar, it seems. Good morning, Just Play Nuts, good to see ya. Maria, good morning, good to see you both. Right, the next airplane is turning in from the west, and we can see it. This is KLM flight 1404 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, Paris. 737-800. Let's go back to the top end of optical zoom. Zoom out a little bit further. KLM flight 1404 arriving from Paris. 40 minutes on the way at the moment. PH BXB, 25 years old, first flight April 1999. A true millennial, hailing from the previous millennium. After having taken a sip of vodka, let me take you through the current status quo while we still have a few moments to do so. First up, let's check the weather. Well, no, let's just check flight radar first because it is open already. Suriname, A340-600 coming in from Paramaribo, expected 12:16 right now. Emirates A380 right now expected 12:05. That's the time slot where only one runway is open for arrivals, and that runway is going to be the runway we are standing next to, the Polderbaan. So expect these two airplanes to land over there, arriving from the west, and therefore expected to land on Polderbaan, even though the time is a time where two runways are open for arrivals, is the 747-8 from Atlas Air arriving from Miami. 1:22 p.m. it's ETA. Around the same time, well, a bit later, 1:37, we have another 747 arriving from the east, arriving from Almaty, expected to land on the center runway. Not sure if I'm going to stick around for this one, but I'm definitely going to stick around for these and any other airplanes of interest that might come in between. Atlas is Air China Cargo. Once again flying with the 747, that's remarkable. Coming in later today. While we still have a moment to spare, let me also take you through the weather. Let's refresh the METAR and have a look. Last time we checked, oh. Yeah, ads. Medium VFR, wind is still blowing from the southwest, more or less 10 knots right now, 10 plus kilometers of visibility below the ceiling. Ceiling is at 2,600 feet. The air temperature is 9 degrees Celsius, so that is constant. Let me first capture the landing and then I'll update the ticker with the METAR. In the meantime, Infinity also back in the chat. Morgen, good morning. Coming in next, American Airlines at 2:04, arriving from Philadelphia. Let me turn around so that you guys can see it approach. Some more heavy hitters are coming. Finnair A320, not so much a heavy hitter, but Delta Airlines is also coming. A330, arriving from Orlando, Florida. While this airplane is approaching, let me quickly update the ticker with the METAR, the weather report that you just now saw me copy. For those of you who don't know what the METAR means, it is the weather report of Schiphol Airport, updated twice an hour, and it is very informative if you know how to read it. Let me take you through it. EHAM is the airport abbreviation of Schiphol Airport. It is the 16th today, 9:25 Zulu time. That's Greenwich Mean Time. That's the time of the report. The wind speed 10 knots from 220 degrees. The wind direction is variable between 190 degrees and 250 degrees. Visibility is 10 kilometers or more, 9999. We have clouds view at 2,200 feet, broken clouds at 2,600 feet. The air temperature is 9 degrees C. The dew point is 7 degrees C and the air pressure is 1018 hectopascals, and no significant changes are expected in the upcoming 2 weeks. Heren, goedemorgen. In the meantime, ground crew has arrived. Lorenzo and Jendrosek, goedemorgen jongens. Good to see you both. Hope all is well. Now in the meantime, Infinity Planes, Tim Spangler, tuning in from Pennsylvania, good morning. Tina, goedemorgen. Tomo, goedemorgen. Montecuch, good morning. And welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live with the Quad Squad coming in. The Orange Pride already landed. And the next airplane coming in is American Airlines Flight 204 arriving from Philadelphia. Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. 6 hours and 45 minutes on the way. The airplane is 9 years old. Its first flight was in February 2015. Good morning, ground crew from Wolfgang. Servus back.
You saw me tuning in yesterday, huh?
What? Yeah. Under your mother's account. Definitely.
Yeah, it was.
Well, as you guys can see, we have wind blowing a little bit from the west, so there's a little bit of crabbing going on, not very substantial. The wind speed is not that fast yet. It is set to pick up later in the day and also in the upcoming days, more windy conditions. Also, unfortunately, more wet conditions. Floaty landing of the Dreamliner. Ground crew is present. Yes. And the ducks are coming back as well. Check it out. Donald and Daisy and the relatives. Wah, wah, wah. Jendrosek is luring them with his
duck whistle.
His duck whistle.
Shotgun behind my back.
And the shotgun behind your back. You sneaky bastard. 2 airplanes on the glide slope. Finnair arriving from bloody Helsinki. That's an A320 in the foreground and Delta Airlines Flight 90 in the background. Good morning, ground crew from Moria as well, all the way from New Zealand. Delta Airlines arriving from Orlando, Florida, as traffic is crossing from the left. Bird traffic. Now, let's see. Finnair Flight 1301 coming in first. A320 arriving from bloody Helsinki. 2 hours and 23 minutes on the way. It's the OHLXI. 21 years old, first flight March 2003. Delta Airlines Flight 90 arriving from Orlando, Florida behind it. Yo, ground crew, says Lise.
Where's Lisa?
She's back in Belgium.
Aww.
Her minions needed her in Belgium. The queen, so the queen has returned.
Another monarchy.
So the visa expired.
The queen mom celebrating her birthday tomorrow.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Also very important.
Yes.
That's my mom actually.
Wagner, good morning. Bom dia. Tuning in from Brazil. Plane Travel, good morning. Welcome back, one and all. If you joined us just now, you may have missed the landing of the PHBVA Orange Pride already, but we are still going to see the entire Quad Squad, so stick around if you don't have to be anywhere. The A340-600, the A380 and 747s are expected. Not just that, but they're also expected to land on this very runway. Now this airplane will have to vacate because otherwise we're going to see a go around. Luckily we're standing right in line with the first exit. What's the cleanliness of the flap surfaces? Bit dirty, also seems to be a lot of wear. Where? Right here.
What's this? What's this one?
This is Delta Airlines Flight 90 coming in from Orlando, Florida. A330-300, 8 hours and 36 minutes underway. 17-year-old airplane, first flight March 2007. What?
Show me your Disney names.
Oh, Orlando, Florida,
Oh.
Disney, yeah, of course. Howdy Richard, tuning in from bloody hot and sunny Rotterdam South. Good to see you again, Richard. Long time no see. Have you been on holiday or were you just busy working or something? Perfect landing, although a bit timid. Peter, thank you for your kind words. Peter says in Dutch, nice footage. Doing the best I can. Glad you are appreciating it. Hope everybody is. If you are liking the stream and you haven't already, consider giving it a like. It really helps to promote this content to more people like yourselves who are into streams such as these, but who haven't come across the channel yet. Richard has been very busy. Well, I'm happy that you have some time off and that you choose your precious time to join our stream, Richard. Always a pleasure to have you in the stream. Guus, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. First airplane on the glide slope coming in. That is an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Geneva. The airplane after that is KLM Flight 758 arriving from Panama City, 787-10 Dreamliner. H-Man, good day to you. Welcome back. H-Man sad he missed yesterday. At least you're here today. That's the silver lining. Ita is coming, turning in, looking to become number 3. That's an A320neo, coming in from Rome. And another chance for our members to use the latest custom emoji, the replacement of Chucky. Ita Airways. First we're going to see a KLM Dreamliner arriving from Panama City. Ah, nice, Guus. Guus will be flying to Manila in Fiji, right? That's Fiji, right? Or am I my topography off? No, Philippines.
What?
Manila. That's the Philippines, right? Yeah. Where did I get Fiji from? No, starting with an F or PH. Yeah, Philippines.
Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah, somewhere in Oceania, far away. No time to waste, gotta move with haste because KLM Flight 758 is coming in. It is arriving from Panama City, 787-10 Dreamliner. 9 hours and 43 minutes underway, the PH-BKD, 5 years old, first flight November 2019. Servus, Mr. Flashy, who is greeting us from Salzburg. Herzlich willkommen. Good morning, Craig. Craig and Matt, tuning in from Australia. Lots of Aussies and Kiwis in the stream these days. Welcome one and all. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. All of them are friendly and a lot of them are knowledgeable. Also a massive big thank you to Just Plain Nuts for your super sticker. Hippo character going really fast on his chair, propelling the chair across the room is the description. I think I know which one that is. Thank you so much for that, mate. Don't know what it's for, but it is very appreciated, very much appreciated and very kind of you. Thank you so much, Just Plain Nuts, for that awesome super sticker. Let me quickly turn back because more airplanes are coming. Number 2 is vaguely visible at the 10 o'clock of the now number 1. ITA Airways Flight 108 is number 1 and ITA Airways is also number 2. 2 consecutive ITA Airways coming in. Papi de poepie, pipi de papi de poepie. Merveglioso. 2 of the prettiest airplanes, or at least one of the prettiest liveries out there. And a double chance for ITA Airways, maybe even butt shots for the members with the custom emojis. Morning Mark, good to see ya. Hope all is well. Daniel, goedemorgen. Donna, good morning. That was Harry, yeah. Harry also doing a flyby and saying hi. You can't speak Italian just because you have a mustache. Papi de poepie, pipi de papi de poepie. No, capisco un po'. Posso parlare un po' più meno, ma questo aereo è meraviglioso, bellissimo. L'azzurro. Hey, it's the IHOF. IHOF, it is going well. Not a bad shot though. Josephine also back, Stacy back, good to see you both, ladies. James also back, good to see you. Dutch Eagle, good morning. Welcome one and all. Let's quickly turn back. Now if you think to yourself, that was a beautiful shade of blue, I would like to see that again in replay. Here you go, here we have ITA Airways Flight 120 coming in. And this is a Bombardier C-Series 100, the A220, the small version. Beautiful airplane type, beautiful livery, it combines so well. I think this is one of the prettiest airplanes out here right now. Flight 120, arriving from Milan, 1 hour and 22 minutes underway. It's the EIHLB, brand new, first flight December 2023, so it will be turning 1 next month. Behind that we have SAS coming in, a CRJ 900, which is over there. Haven't spotted Michael yet in the stream. Hopefully he is in Lurker's Lounge. Yep, what up?
You missed the takeoff of Harry Airlines.
Oh shit, missed the takeoff of Harry Airlines. Harry the Heron. Dirkie, goedemorgen. Luc, goedemorgen. Let's have a look. Is this an Italian Ho? Don't think it was. Or is it? One of the Bombardiers was a Ho. Is it this one? No, it's the HLB. Erik, goedemorgen. Tofik, goedemorgen. Hannah, good morning. Butt shot to boot. Now also a massive big thank you to Mr. Hilton. Mark, thank you so much for your generosity. Just now gifting 5 memberships. I hope that the new members will enjoy the memberships. I hope they will say thank you for it. And please use the custom emojis, new members. They are there for a reason. Spamming is not allowed, but spamming with custom emojis is very much appreciated. Mark, thank you for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, new members. Let me quickly turn back because we otherwise are going to miss the first CRJ of the day. Now touching down. SAS Flight 557. It's the Good. Eigenhamer. Indeed. Eigen. That's Rotterdam language for your own. Eigen. Or no, is it The Hague? Probably more The Hague. Eigen.
Ergens gedaan.
Wat shot to boot?
Hunniger gedaan. Ergens gedaan.
Peter, goedemorgen. John, good evening. Welcome one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing at Polderbound, runway 18 right, where the quad squad still has to come in. You haven't missed that yet. If you only joined us just now, you may have missed the landing of the PHBVA Orange Pride earlier in the stream. Wind is blowing from the southwest, more or less, south-southwest. This is on the scale of chimney smoke, what the wind is doing. Just touching double digits in knots, so I am using the blimp today. You lose a bit of directionality, but you also lose wind rumble, that otherwise would be distracting. Next coming in is an Embraer 190 flying on behalf of KLM, but it is a German Airways flight. Arriving from Stuttgart in Germany, flight 1828. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight somewhere in 2008. My guess would be January, because I don't recall ever having seen German Airways Embraers flying to Schiphol, hailing from a different month.
What, did you say somewhere or somewhere?
Duck J. Duck JZ.
What, did you say somewhere or somewhere?
Somewhere. No, summer. I wish it was summer. Yeah, no. Thought I saw something take off.
There's always something here. Or you're
Harry the
freezing
Heron
from
is
the
over
cold.
there. A couple of duckies in the water over there.
You're freezing from the cold.
Two airplanes on the glide slope. Embraer 190 arriving from Bristol, and the Delta A330 that is coming in from Tampa, and that is flight 236. Ronald, goedemorgen. A quick hi. Hey, huh? What? Binter Canarias? If you check out the label on Flight Radar, this German Airways apparently is Binter from Binter Canarias, operated by German Airways. Interesting. Doing a KLM flight from Bristol to Amsterdam. Not seeing Binter Canarias anywhere. Wasn't that bankrupt? Or is that still operational? Binter Canarias, that's turboprops, right? Dash 8s and whatnot. Das war. Das Flugzeug.
Boy, do you know when the first quad is coming?
First quad is expected, I think, around noon. A380 was the first one, at least last time we checked. Maybe after this landing we have a moment to spare and have another look at Flight Radar. This is Delta Airlines flight 236, arriving from Tampa, Florida. 8 hours and 40 minutes on the way. 19-year-old airplane, first flight July 2005. A little bit of crosswind, a little bit of crabbing. Let's look and listen. Floaty. Oh yeah, perfect. Now pull up those reversers, please. No? Okay. Okay. After the nose wheel touched the ground, it did go for the reversers after all. Hey Paul, what is up, Mr. Biker? You must have been very busy. Haven't seen you very much around lately. Hope all is well, mate. Happy to see you again. Hope all is well. Hope you're having better weather in Yorkshire than we do over here. Welcome all others who have joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're waiting for the quad squad to arrive. We have wind blowing from the southwest. We have a ceiling at 2,600 feet. And the quad squad is approaching Suriname A340-600. Now its ETA is 12 p.m. local time. You will find the local time in the bottom left corner of your screen. A few minutes preceding it, now followed by 464 people on flight radar, making it the number one already, is the Emirates A380. Flight 147, expected 12:07. Expected 124, probably the last airplane of today's show, is Atlas Air 747-8 arriving from Miami, Florida. Interesting to see is that Air China Cargo is coming in with a 747 from China again, even though initially it looked like they were going to retire the 747, but the AMS office in the chat recently did hint at maybe in the future they were going to use it again, so apparently that time has arrived. Now also arriving is KLM flight 1198, 737-900 arriving from Oslo. And it's going to be followed by one of KLM's A321 Neos, which is returning from London Heathrow. Now, also a car with lights coming this way. Is that the police or... Yep, that's the police in the Touareg. VW Touareg. Donut delivery. Yes. Excellent. And didn't the military police also wasn't that also supposed to come and bring us some coffee or something? I think I recall somebody in the chat who claimed to have been from the military police to say, oh, what do you want delivered?
Espresso, please.
Espresso, double espresso, caffè doppio per favore. Mark says, run boy, run. Well, this is the police and the military police you don't have to run for. It's the Schiphol folk, the Schiphol group folk that are the bad boys here. Or at least they think they are bad boys. And they act like they are. The actual authorities, the people that are allowed to wear guns, are actually nice folk over here. Contrary to the guys that are only allowed to write tickets and who have to call the police when things get really difficult. This is an A321 Neo from KLM, and I'm also seeing a Lufty CRJ, which looks like to become the first airplane landing on center. Parallel arrivals beginning. It is almost 11 o'clock. From 11 until 11:40 a.m. local time, parallel arrivals will commence. Unfortunately, that means that the second CRJ of the show will be only visible from a distance. The airplane that we now are looking from behind is the PH-AXB, FAX-B. That's the second A321 and the latest. Although the C is also coming pretty soon, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, fun fact, my friend flew in that plane.
Fun fact, one of your friends flew in the FAX-B?
Yeah.
Cool. How did he, what did he think of it?
Yeah, he was like, I like this plane.
I like this plane.
And then he looked at the trolley car, and he didn't know anything about planes. So
yeah.
He looked at the trolley car, it said A321 Neo.
Yeah.
He told me when we were back to school, he said, yeah, I flew in A321 Neo.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you pranking me? Or you fucking with me?
Nice. Yeah, well,
so
there.
I explained like there are only now 2 planes of that.
Yeah.
Now I'm really jealous.
Really jealous. Yeah. Well,
first time,
no need. No need to be, because there are plenty of A321 Neos coming still. Dozens. KLM has ordered quite a few of them, and also Transavia is slowly but surely replacing their old 737s for more A321 Neos. So don't be afraid. You will have ample opportunity to fly on them in the coming years. EasyJet A319 in the meantime arriving from Newcastle, just now landed. All is well over here indeed, Paul. Hey, also took a short holiday. Where did you go to, mate? Hope you've had a good vacation. Good to see you back, at least. Hopefully it will be not as busy in work, in the work department for you in the upcoming time. Here we have a CRJ arrival from Munich. Second CRJ of the show, now going to the center runway. Sadly, landing on the wrong runway.
Nee, kijk daar, dus stond 38.
Right, coming in next, KLM flight 1056 arriving from Norwich. That's number 190 Britty Hopper. Yeah, I did see something in the background already, and that is the A350 from Corendon, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. Stayed in the UK, but a nice break down in Wales. Did you have good weather, mate? I hope you did.
Heel Holland beweegt.
Wales, where that name with the longest, the town with the longest name ever is located. Bird control in the background as we're getting a pretty butt shot. Hey, Sarah, also back in the chat. Morning, good to see ya. Surprisingly dry. Well, perfect. You deserve it, mate.
Heel Holland beweegt.
Michael also in the chat.
15 jumping jacks.
Michael, you missed two CRJs if you joined only just now. One landing here, one on the wrong runway. You are still in time for the entire quad squad, and preceding the quad squad, interesting airplanes. The first one being Corendon Airlines A350-900, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. 8 hours and 48 minutes on the way. We can already see an airplane behind it. That is the Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena. Also, goedemorgen Ilko. Good morning, and thank you so much for your super chat, mate. Very much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you again. And welcome all others who have joined in the meantime as well. We started the show with blue skies, significant blue bits of blue in the sky. It has become overcast quite rapidly. Wind is expected to increase over the day, and next couple of days it's expected to get colder and a lot wetter. So whether or not we are going to be able to stream tomorrow remains to be seen. I am hoping that it is going to stay dry until the entire quad squad has landed today at least. So far, looks like we'll be good. Now parallel arrivals have begun. In the background, you can see another airplane coming in. Flooding. Quinten, goedemorgen. And indeed, I also saw it. Heavenly searchlight. It's the coming of Jesus. Or somebody is ascending to heaven. Adi Danny, goedemorgen. And welcome all others. Captain Harry, good morning. Welcome back, one and all. Hope you're doing well. We have an Iceland Air Max 8 in the background, and we have a 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena in the foreground. Flying parallel to it to the center runway is a KLM E2 Embraer 195. The airplane that we are now seeing in the foreground here is KLM Flight 741 arriving from Cartagena. It is a 7879 Dreamliner, flying for 9 hours and 8 minutes thus far. It's the PHBHG The airplane is 8 years old. Its first flight was in June 2016. And Jay, goedemorgen. And welcome all others. Flores, goedemorgen. Spirit, good morning. Donald Duck is still having a blast further downstream. Wah, 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 wah. This is KLM Flight 1268 arriving from Copenhagen and E2 Embraer 195 going to the center runway. Good morning, John. Good morning, Ramju. Hey there, Drew. Goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Welcome back.
I'm looking how long I can last spinning around.
Now, still a few rays of sunshine shining through a hole in the clouds. Looks like it is the only hole in the clouds that you can see right here, right now. Looking all around me, still mostly overcast. No blue to be seen, unfortunately. Except KLM blue and ETA blue, of course. Iceland Air Max 8 coming in next. Flight 506 arriving from Reykjavik. 2 hours and 28 minutes underway. 6-year-old airplane. It's the TF. I see you. We see you too, buddy. 6-year-old airplane. First flight March 2018. Morgen, Jaat. We also see some lights in the distance. That is an Embraer 190 from KLM arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Or it's the lights of... No, there are two airplanes visible. The second airplane is arriving from Dublin, Embraer 190 KLM. Third airplane is an A320 Neo EasyJet arriving from Liverpool. Raven Rock, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing along runway 18 right, the Polderbaan, where the quad squad still has to come in. That's all the quad-engined airplanes frequenting Schiphol Airport these days, including the A340, the A380 and the Boeing 747. I'm joined here by ground crew in the form of Jendrosek and Lorenzo. We also saw the Orange Pride earlier. And the lift to heaven, the elevator to heaven, stairway to heaven is becoming more apparent. Sarah asks, any JetBlue? Well, we haven't seen any land yet, so I'm thinking we'll probably do another, at least one. Lately, the one from New York we have seen in the stream. We haven't seen any land yet, so I'm thinking there might be one coming in still, but I haven't checked and I don't know with certainty. Daisy over here doing a little swim. Let's go back to the right focus. There we go. Also, hi from Yorkshire Biker. And greetings back. Good morning, Per. And good morning, all others. Now, let's see. Hey there, T-Man. Good morning. KLM flight 1136 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Embraer 190 coming in first. 1 hour and 6 minutes underway. The airplane in the background is from EasyJet, arriving from Liverpool. A320 Neo, and the third set of lights can already be seen. That's Delta Airlines Flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, an A330-300, and it looks like one of the bananas arriving from Madrid is turning in to land on the center runway, going to the wrong runway. No! We haven't seen any A300s from DHL yet, so if all is well, another one from Luton should be underway or should be expected later in the morning still. Pity though that one of them is going to the center runway. parallel Embraers. Now, already a glide slope of 3 airplanes that can be seen over there. And before zooming in and telling you more about it, let me first thank Ilko, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Ilko, thank you so much for your kindness and generosity. I hope that everybody who received a membership will enjoy it. Don't forget to say thank you to Ilko. Don't forget to spam us to death with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Ilko, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your kindness. Welcome Aurora Sky Lounge members, courtesy of Ilko. Coming in next is EasyJet flight 23441, an A320 Neo arriving from Liverpool. The airplane behind it is Delta Airlines flight 74, and flying parallel to it to center is the first of 2 bananas arriving from Madrid. That's a DHL A300-600, which I hope we can show you after Delta has landed. Mark asks if we already got an AMS Live ROX sign from a co-pilot yet. Thus far I haven't seen it yet. Still calling all first officers of KLM and other airplanes coming into Schiphol on a regular basis. Put a message behind your sun shield. Something to the likes of AMS Live ROX, or we can see you, or we're watching. And I will show it. You get your separate video as well. Ah, Cynthia Stewart. Tuning in from Naples, Florida. Are there any 777s today with GE90 engines? Absolutely, there often are. I'm pretty sure you won't have to wait too long before another one is arriving. Now, before that, we are going to hopefully get a loud landing from Delta. Delta Airlines Flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. A330-300 coming in after 8 hours and 21 minutes of flight. 17-year-old airplane. First flight August 2007. Flying parallel to it is a DHL A300-600 arriving from Madrid. Number 6 on Flight Radar, tracked by 236 people. Not very busy on Flight Radar today, apparently. Hopefully I'll be able to show you that one. Hailing from the year 1992, folks. The A300 flying parallel to this airplane. Oh, wheelie time. A300-600 DHL coming in from Madrid, going to the wrong runway sadly. 32 years old, first flight April 1992. I was still 9 years old and was only about to turn 10 in August that year, so still in elementary school. What were you guys doing back then? And thank you NJ for your kind words. The G is also coming in. A321neo Aegean arriving from Athens, going to the center runway. It is still 11:11, which means another half hour of parallel arrivals expectedly. Indeed, Carnival. Prince Carnival gets elected in the Netherlands on the 11th of the 11th. This is an Embraer 175 coming in from Southampton. The next airplane to the Polderbaan, KLM flight 1068. Its flight time 46 minutes. The airplane has been flying since January 2017, making it 7 years old. Andy was 12 and Bob says in 92 I was working at Sydney Airport. Great show, mate. I was visiting Schiphol Airport with my mom to spot in the olden days where you still had old film.
92, I wasn't even born.
92, you weren't even born. Minus something years old then. Russell and the Crow Crew also back.
21.
Minus 21. There you go, Russell Crowe.
Back then I could drink in the US.
Yeah, you're allowed to drink negatively. Old enough to drink negatively at minus 21 years old.
So I need to go upside down. And then...
Hey, Sarah, are you seeing what I am seeing on flight radar? More wheelies. Sonic's Toaster, what up? Good to see ya. Now, a bit further away still, but coming in soon is JetBlue flight 62288, arriving from New York, JFK. It's an A321neo. Flying parallel to it are several airplanes coming into center. The first of which KLM flight 1030 arriving from Chester, and we have a 737-900 arriving from Berlin. In the meantime, I am also switching batteries in my heated glove. See that Liwa is also back in the chat. Goedemorgen Liwa, good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. You haven't missed any of the Quad Squad members yet, although if you joined us just now, you may have missed the landing of the Orange Pride earlier in the show. The Quad Squad members are upon us. In an hour or so, we'll have seen the A380 and the Suriname A340. And the first Queen is expected after 1 o'clock, a little bit later today. The ducks are very vocal and the crows as well. While we're waiting for JetBlue, we can also have a look at this. And unfortunately, it is a regular KLM. I did not click on the label. I thought maybe the 737-900 was the SkyTeam, but it isn't. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like so. And Overcast A300 says the oldest EAT A300 will arrive in an hour and a half. So stick around for that. And I'm also seeing that Emirates Sky Cargo 777 freighter coming in from Aguadilla is on the glide slope. Which you can see at 7 to 8 o'clock of the now number 1. And the now number 1 is JetBlue. And it looks dark. And clicking on the label, I see that it is the new livery. The dark blue, almost ITA-esque. But not quite.
More competition in the blue.
More competition in the blue. Yeah, absolutely. I like this. I like this livery. It's almost ITA. Very similar. Although I think ITA's is more metallic. It seems to have a more car-like metallic sheen to it. But okay, that might be just me and my color vision deficiency. Maybe hallucinate. Yeah, matte. It's different. This is more shiny.
Let's see.
Anyway, JetBlue arriving not from Boston but from New York, JFK. It's an A321neo. It has journeyed 6 hours and 58 minutes so far to get here. Brand new airplane. Began flying in May this year. Let's have a look and listen. See that Martina is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. ITA-esque, isn't it? Absolutely love this one. Gorgeous livery. Little butt shot to boot. What's the state of the flap surfaces? Very clean. Absolutely beautiful. And you can just see through those see-through engines beautifully. Now next up will be Emirates Sky Cargo. And it looks like it is an all-white airplane, 777 freighter arriving from Aguadilla, 7 hours and 53 minutes on the way. An all-white 777 freighter with GE90 engines. And is that Adler? Yep, that's one of the Adlers. German Airways, special delivery Adler, flying on behalf of KLM, going to the center runway. Meanwhile, we are going to focus on this 777 coming in. Emirates Sky Cargo, flight 9914, arriving from Aguadilla, 7 hours and 54 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane, first flight July 2024. Okay. ETA color is metallic, this JetBlue is a unicolor non-metallic, so it was a sort of metallic sheen that I saw. Thanks for the information there, Frank. Also a massive big thank you to Liwe, who is one of the few already celebrating 19 months of membership. Time flies, it definitely does. So too do the airplanes featured on AMS Live. Liwe, thank you so much for your support as a mod and as a member for 19 months now. Let me know if something isn't to your liking. I know what isn't to your liking, but that is YouTube related. Not something that I can help you with, unfortunately. But thank you so much for all the support as a moderator and as a member. Always a pleasure to have you in the stream, and I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a mod and as a member, then at least as a regular visitor. Check it out. Emirates Sky Cargo, arriving from Aguadilla. I think it has to be painted still, or is this is this the way they're now going to be? Because if this is the future of Emirates Sky Cargo, this livery, no thank you. Now, obviously, these flap surfaces are very clean. It is a very shiny airplane. Sparky the Cat has also arrived, Just Play Nut says, and is watching. Alrighty, let us turn back. Indeed, Marion, this one hurts your eyes in more than one way. Not just the brightness, but also the lack of inspiration. Two airplanes visible, Embraer 190 in the foreground, flying parallel to it is another Embraer 190. Behind it is KLM flight 767, that is an A330-300 arriving from Bonaire, apologies. Did not say that on purpose. Anyway, what was I saying? A330-300 KLM arriving from Bonaire. 8 hours and 53 minutes on the way. It's the Fuck Thee. PHAKD. Fuck thee is a posh way to say piss off. Get out. Don't want to be around you. You get out. Now, coming in is KLM flight 954. Embraer 190, arriving from Newcastle. German Airways flying it. 53 minutes on the way. And it is the airplane that German Airways has betrayed us with. It was known as Chucky, now it is just the regular DAPRI. And this is one of these examples where that glitch in flight radar is occurring, where initially it was saying that the first flight was in January 2008, and we've seen this airplane so often that I know that by heart. But now when you check out, at least with my silver subscription to flight radar, the age, it says 16 years and just 2008. Bit random. The airplane formerly known as Chucky, here it is. I can still smell the chocolate from over here. The betrayal from German Airways still hurts. Next up, KLM flight 767, which obviously is not a Boeing 767, but an Airbus A330-300, coming in from Bonaire. and also a group of cyclists. Group of cyclists, because why not? Spring is around the corner. And the Tour de France, yeah, is only once a year. You have to start practicing in time, right? 8 hours and 55 minutes on the way. A330 300. The fuck thee. Fuck thee. Fuck thee too. 12-year-old airplane. First flight March 2012. Oh man, just look at how smooth this landing is. First the lower wheels of the main gear, then the front wheels, the back wheels, first the back wheels, then the front wheels. And another wheelie in the wheelie competition. The wheelie competition seems to have been reinitiated recently. Last couple of streams, a lot of the heavies have been doing wheelies.
Maybe that's to do with daylight saving time?
Daylight saving, fuel saving, wheelie saving the tires. The pilots are bored. They need to have something to do to keep it exciting. Why not do that? All right, now for the time being, everything is coming to the center runway, and that usually means that a runway inspection of this runway is imminent, and that is usually done because they are going to close the other runway in favor of this runway. So the fact that we don't see any airplanes coming to this runway, and that the bird control vehicle with all the lights on and the flashlights on is already on the runway doing an inspection, is telling us that pretty soon the center runway is going to close and Polderbaan will once again become the only runway in use for arrivals. So this is a good thing. Also lovely to see how the sun is still shining through the clouds, or at least some rays of sunshine. Gorgeous to see. The bird controller is over there doing an inspection. Gives us some time to have a look at what is still in store. Let's have a look on Flight Radar, and let's also do a refresh of the weather while we are waiting and the bird controller is doing a runway inspection. We can see that Suriname, the A340-600, is flying over the south of England already, between Exeter and Bournemouth. ETA still 12:12. United, no, not United. I always, when I see UA, I am inclined to say United, but this is obviously Emirates coming in at 12:07. So the Emirates A380 is going to be the first of the quad squad members coming in. Not long after that, we are going to see the Suriname A340. Hopefully, wouldn't that be something? A glide slope shot of two quad squads combined. We did have that once before with the 747 and the A380. A340, A380 combo. I'll sign for that. Expected around 121 is Atlas Air, and there's another Atlas coming in. Oh, now the ETAs are the same. So parallel arrivals of two Atlas Air 747s, one arriving from the west, one arriving from the east. Maybe a parallel arrival combo shot would be nice. Now, interestingly, Air China Cargo is also coming again with a 747 today, so that is very nice to see. Not going to stick around until that has landed, but it would be nice if we could see it a bit more regularly again. Although I'm not against 777 freighters, I am much more a fan of 747 freighters. I think almost all of you would agree. K4 is doing an inspection of the runway right now. This is one of 4 bird control vehicles, and we also have a VW van, H1. The bird controllers have at their disposal a flare gun with explosions and whistles. They also have at their disposal a sound effect board with which they can mimic the sounds of predator birds, natural enemies of the birds that congregate around Schiphol Airport, to chase them away. And obviously it has a bull bar with which it can ram the birds if need be. Although they usually try to be more subtle about it. Now in the meantime we have airplanes coming into center. The next airplane coming in is Iceland Air. Is an Iceland Air Max 8, the second Max 8 coming to Schiphol, flight 500. Visible over there. 2 hours and 21 minutes underway. 6-year-old airplane. First flight February 2018. In the meantime, welcome to all the viewers who have joined us in the meantime. Love Concord, Peter, no others. If you joined us just now, you may have missed the landing of the PHBVA Orange Pride earlier in the stream. But we are still expecting the entire quad squad. The heavens are opening up for Schiphol Airport. Just check it out, it is gorgeous to see. In the meantime, number 175 is arriving from Bremen. And what is KLM Flight 1042 going to do? That is a 737-800 arriving from Birmingham. Will it be going to the center runway? Or will they have finished with the inspection of Polderbaan by then? And is that the next airplane coming into Polderbaan? Anton, goedemorgen. Moped, by the looks of it, a Vespa on the cycling path just passed us by. You might have picked it up on the mic. It looks like KLM Flight 1042 is also coming to the center runway still. In that case, the Transavia arriving from Nice probably will be the next airplane to Polderbaan. Flying on the downwind leg, a little out to sea. So I'm not able to see that, I think, from over here, even though visibility below the ceiling is quite well. Now, where are the duckies? I think... No, that's Harry. Harry is over there. Strolling through the low tide. Hadi Thijs, goedemorgen. Grabbing something fibrous to nibble. Little drink. I thought here we saw a bird, but now that I am zooming in on it, it looks like a bit of piping or something sticking out of the water. Not sure if that is something that has come loose and is drifting up. Otherwise, nothing to see here just yet.
Mooi.
Ja.
Waar is nu de A340?
De A340 die is over het zuiden van Engeland.
Nou, zeg maar, wij proberen hem nu ook te trekken, maar we kunnen hem niet vinden.
Oh. Hier. Beetje ten westen van Londen. Boven, ja, tussen Bournemouth en Londen in.
Hoe laat komen die shots?
Even over 12. 11:07, 11:07, no, 12:07 is the ETA of the A380 and 12:12 was the ETA of the A340. Right, in the meantime, I am able to see that the 737-800 arriving from Birmingham is the first airplane coming to the Polderbaan already. That is good news. It means that the runway inspection of the Polderbaan is now over. And in 8 minutes or so from now, always around 11:40, this parallel arrivals will stop and one runway will remain open until 1 o'clock for arrivals. That one runway is going to be the Polderbaan. Polderbaan and the Kaagbaan runway 0624 are the two preferential runways of Schiphol Airport. That means that whenever possible, these two runways are going to be used for arrivals or departures. The other runways serve as secondary runways or as backup runways in case of an emergency like yesterday, or for instance if the wind is blowing really strongly from the west and you have storm-like conditions, and then for instance runway 0927 gets used, and if it is really bad, it may sometimes even be the only runway being used. During a severe westerly storm, just 0927 in use. We've seen that a couple of times before. QJ is informing us that the Luton Banana took off a couple of minutes ago. Now that's usually 40 minutes or so of this time to arrive here, so it's now 11:30, so probably around 12:15 then, 12:15 noon. Transavia turning in, arriving from Nice, which is nice. Can we see it already? Yeah, I think I have it. Right there. Now, what do you see if you look at the livery of this airplane? Indeed, straight stripe from front to back, separating the blue top and the white bottom. This is the old standard livery of KLM, preceding the most prevalent that you see right now, which is already not the latest anymore because the A321neos are now donned with the latest standard livery. This is Transavia flight 5582, arriving from Nice, which is nice. And we have several jets coming in, including a 777 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. Wah, 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 wah. Donald is having a blast. Try to see to the left of me if I can spot it already. Unfortunately, the answer is no. What I can spot though is Donald. Or at least I think it is Donald. Doing some cardio, swimming against the wind upstream. Facing the challenges of life. Inspirational. Yeah, indeed. You're an inspiration to us all, Donald. Wah. Crazy two-legged creature. Shut up. Wah. Right, Transavia is coming in from Nice, which is nice. Also a massive big thank you to M. Visser for 4 months of membership, and he writes, thank you for your wonderful shows, thank you for your ongoing support there, M. Visser. Hope all is still good in the lounge, hope everything is still to your liking. Do let me know if something isn't to your liking. Thank you so much for your support there, M. Visser, and thank you for your kind words. Bob is signing off, for time for his beauty sleep. Sleep well, Bob, and hope to see you again in the next one. This is the Sunweb livery from Transavia. Sunweb is a tour operator based in the Netherlands, where you can book cruises, summer holidays, winter holidays, and Transavia is often the partnering airline that you can also book flights with whenever you book at Sunweb. Although now more airliners are also, you can also book them. Let's see, Air Arabia Maroc arriving from Tangier Electra Airways, it seems that it is... Well, according to Flight Radar, it is going to center. It doesn't look like it. I think this is the Electra Airways coming in. Just a glitch in Flight Radar that makes it seem that it is going to the other runway. I think Electra Airways is in the foreground. I think that the Embraer 190 arriving from London City is now in the background, already visible. Good morning, Alex M, and thank you for your kind words. Thanks for the great channel, he says. Thank you so much for your kind words. Welcome. And also Rob Chopper, who is saying someone awesome gifted me a sub 2 days ago when I was offline. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you too for gifting a membership to Rob. Welcome back, Rob. Hey there, Harjeet. Good to see ya. Welcome everybody who has joined in the meantime. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. Quad Squad is still due to arrive. That's the A340, the A380 and A747. Well, in fact, 2. Now with similar ETAs, so we're expecting parallel arrivals of Atlas Air 747s. A 747-8 arriving from Miami and a 747-400 arriving from Almaty. Both expected shortly before 1:30. At a time where 2 runways will be open for parallel arrivals, and indeed this is Electra Airways flying for Air Arabia, arriving from Tangier, I think it was. Because if all is well, parallel arrivals are now over until 1 o'clock. Triple 7-200 arriving from Rio de Janeiro is turning in. Well, according to Flight Radar, it is turning in, but it is now established. And Embraer in the foreground. And thank you so much, Sung Si, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for your generosity and kindness, Sung Ji. I hope that everybody who received a membership from you just now will enjoy it. And also say thank you for it. Thank you so much, Sung Si. And welcome to the Sky Lounge. New members, courtesy of you. KLM flight 984 arriving from London City up next. Embraer 190. 38 minutes on the way. Visi come, Visi go. PHEZY is its registration. The airplane is 11 years old. Its first flight was in October 2013. Coming in floatily. Is this Captain Wheelie? Nope. Nose gear is lowering too quickly. Visi come, Visi go. Luckily there's only one, otherwise you'd have feces. And that would be shit. Badoomch. Apologies. Now, next up, KLM Asia, arriving from Rio de Janeiro. As Marissa would say in Latin Asia. KLM flight 706, 777-200, 10 hours and 33 minutes on the way. Its registration is the BQK, PH of course. 19 years old, first flight January 2005. And he also back in the chat, good to see ya. And he asks if he has missed the A340 you haven't made. The A380 is expected first, shortly after 12 o'clock. And I think around 12:15 local time, the A340 is expected to land. None of the Quad Squad members have landed yet. The A340, the A380 and the 747s are still all coming. Last time we checked, Last time we checked, it looked like we are going to be in for a parallel arrival of two 747s more or less simultaneously. One arriving from the east, one from the west, both from Atlas Air. One is 747-400, the other is 747-8. Indeed, Danny, Jesus has landed on Schiphol. Lighting once again, beautiful. Though the sun is no longer shining as it was in the beginning of the stream. I am indeed teasing, Michael. Absolutely. Cliffhangers, cliffhangers, cliffhangers. Hey, BizJet is coming into runway 22. I'm looking to my right to see if I can find that little jet. It's always hard to spot them, not only because they're far away, but also because they're small. Visibility isn't always perfect. Right now I'm not seeing anything just yet. See that Mike Wild is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Mike. Hope all is well. Good to have you back. In the foreground we have KLM flight 962, operated by Britty Hopper, most likely. Yep. Affirmative. Arriving from Teesside or Darlington. Embraer 190 long range. Flying 255 nautical miles across the North Sea. 46 minutes the duration. 17-year-old airplane hailing from the year 2007. In the background we have an Embraer 175 from KLM arriving from Luxembourg, and another Embraer 175 from Stockholm is turning in. That's the number 3. Yeah, still not seeing that BizJet. Bridge Hopper coming in. Hello, chaps. The British Airman. Hello. Well. Looks like it is clearing up ever more over there. Looks like there might be an actual gap through which the sun can actually shine onto the ground over there. Further south, probably not coming this way. If you look at the scale of chimney smoke, you can see that the wind is now blowing from behind more or less. Next airplane to land is KLM flight 1710. Embraer 175 arriving from Luxembourg, 46 minutes underway. That's the nominal flight duration. Luxembourg, Paris, London, all 40 to 45 minutes away with an airplane. The airplane is 6 years old, first flight January 2018. Anybody home? See that Joost is also in the chat. Good morning. Welcome one and all. If you joined us just now, you haven't missed any of the Quad Squad members yet. That is the 4-engined airplane types that are frequenting Schiphol these days. The A340, the A380 and the 747 are still expected to land. You may have missed the landing of the Orange Pride earlier in the show. Hey, and Precisely Tuned is also announcing that a baby bus is coming in. Baby bus? Baby bus? On a du fromage, it is Air France. Le petit déjeuner avec fromage arrive de France. Air Baguette. Oui, oui.
A380 of A390.
This is KLM flight 1216, arriving from Stockholm. It's number 175. Look at the winglets and you will see the difference between the 175 and the 190. This is the 175, relatively tall, they're relatively big, and they're standing outward more than with the the Embraer 190. With the 190, they're a bit less tall and they are more vertically oriented versus the main wing. Air Baguette avec les croissants, indeed, yeah, Meyer. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry now. Oui, oui, Air France A318, le baby bus is now number 2, arriving after the Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds, which we see in the foreground. KLM flight 1020, 49 minutes on the way. Fast D. PHEZD. 15-year-old airplane, first flight April 2009.
Ja, ik had niet over 380.
Lorenzo is practicing his French.
Ik heb mijn Frans boek thuis liggen.
Ja, ja.
Airbus
Ik heb er 3 boeken meegenomen. Ik heb
Très, 380. Indeed. No, 80 is 80.
Ja, A380.
18 is 18.
I was trying to pronounce A380.
Oh, A380. Ja, ja. 380.
Wie over zei?
80, indeed.
96.
Squeaky brakes, who would have thought? Next up, the baby bus, Air France flight 1500. It is an A318 airplane type that you don't see very often anymore these days. 50 minutes on the way to get here from Paris. It's the Verguggen. It's the Foxtrot Golf Uniform Golf November Verguggen, but not forgotten. The airplane is 18 years old, allowed to vote and drive. Hailing from the year 2006, October 2006. Hey there, Andy Q, good to see you too, mate. Petit Airbus drifting in, arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. Forgotten but not forgotten. This is a baby bus, indeed, an A318. Yeah, A318. The shortest family member of the A320 family. Le bébé bus. Salut et bienvenue, enchanté, Paul says. Paul has been studying French, hasn't he?
Boy,
Yeah.
you know what you need to do on New Year's Eve?
What do I...
Do a stream from 8 o'clock until 12.
From 8 till 12 on New Year's Eve. Ooh, but it's going to be a long day, I have to work on that day. So, not sure if I have the energy to be doing a live stream as well then.
Last stream of the year.
Last stream of the year, or maybe on New Year's Day, the first stream or the first new stream of the year.
Yeah, with fireworks.
With fireworks, indeed.
Champagne.
I will ask the bird controllers if they can fire off some additional rounds.
I will just buy 1,000 sparrows.
Maybe I can ask Lisa if she can smuggle in some illegal fireworks, some heavy firecrackers from Belgium. Boom, baby. This is KLM flight 1850 arriving from Munich. It's an Embraer 175.
Kees je op.
7-year-old airplane. First flight January 2017.
Yes, we need to
Vexel.
see it. Well, boy did it for us. Het lijkt echt op zo'n kasteel van de 1900.
Hey, and check it out. Fidel Castro.
En dan daar zo'n poort.
Fidel Castro and a nephew. Parallel hovering.
Boy,
Yeah.
you smoothed out the floor for us.
I'm smoothing out the floor, absolutely, yeah. I'm not sure if you can see it.
Starts to look like
This is my regular hangout. Yeah,
It's like a
you cannot see it perfectly, but it is absolutely flattened over here.
It's like this part is a castle and then this is the water.
Indeed, indeed.
And then here a port. And then here a port.
You can always see where I put my tripod because there is trampled grass. Well, there isn't grass anymore, just
Sit down.
mud and sand in a semicircle right around where the tripod always is located. This is KLM flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo, 777-300. More wheelie competition entrance. Man.
What? Boy. When the Embraer was landing, we were like my cat. It always has iconic hop like this. Just like...
Hey there, Jimmy. Good to see you, mate. Welcome all others. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. I'm accompanied here by ground crew in the form of Jendrosik and Lorenzo, and we are awaiting the first quad squad member, which should be the Emirates A380. And not long after that, we are going to see the SLM A340. I can also see that the A300 arriving from Luton is approaching over the North Sea. 747s are expected after 1 o'clock, shortly before 1:30. If you joined us just now, you may have missed the landing earlier of the PHBVA Orange Pride. Cel is tuning in from Accra in Ghana. Welcome to the show, Cel. The runway is Polderbaan 18 right. This is EasyJet flight 22161 arriving from Persenchester. A320 departed from Persenchester 52 minutes ago. Not Jesus, but Jezuk. Jezuk is 13 years old. Its first flight was in June 2011. Peter is informing us that Aer Lingus in the retro livery is also underway. The real retro or just the dark green standard livery prior to the current standard livery? The real retro is beautiful. I hope it is that one. Jezuk. Paul confirming that as expected the A380 is confirmed to land on the runway we are standing next to. That is good news. Thank you for keeping us informed about that, Paul. Next up will be an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Edinburgh. Sup, bruh?
What's up, bro?
And after that we are going to see an Embraer 190 arriving from Hamburg, KLM flight 1754. First up, E2 Embraer arriving from Edinburgh. KLM flight 924, 1 hour and 6 minutes on the way, the PH NXS. Not in excess, but NXS. The airplane is a year old. First flight July 2023. Bird controller was visible in the background just now. Making sure that hopefully no bird strikes will happen upon landing. Quiet as a mouse. This is where you can store your mother-in-law. She can travel in her own cabin. And we're getting a butt shot with beautiful lighting. The beautiful lighting. I kiss your hand. And we can see through those high bypass, see-through engines of the E2 Embraer 195. Beautiful to see.
Yeah, man, see-through. I cannot see anything.
Hey there, Teun. Goedemorgen. Good to see you, mate. And welcome all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching MS Live. My name is Boy. If you need to go to the bathroom or grab a fresh cup of coffee or make a fresh pot of tea before the A380 lands, you still have time, but be quick. The A380 is already in Dutch airspace. It is the first of the Quad Squad members to arrive. Not far behind it and arriving from the west is Suriname A340-600, also approaching. Both the A380 and the A340 are expected to land on the runway we are standing next to. Two 747s is expected shortly before 1:30 local time. One from the west, one from the east. Almost arriving simultaneously. Both are from Atlas Air as well. So who knows how that might turn out in the form of a parallel arrival.
Boy.
Ja.
Weet je op welke runway de A380 landt?
Zeg je?
Weet je waar die landt?
Ja, de enige baan die open is. This is the Herpa Derpa Derpa. 75 years of herpes. Going viral. Still going strong. Arriving from Hamburg. KLM flight 1754. Let's turn around the camera. Our next airplane coming in should be from Vueling. It might be St. Nicholas, who is also approaching today, but traditionally arrives by steamboat. Yep. I think he might also take a cheap flight from Vueling, yeah. arriving from Spain.
And he gets trucked to where the boat.
And then he takes an Uber to the boat and acts like he is coming from the boat with a horse. Yeah, exactly. That's modern day St. Nicholas. Now, mate, what is this? Andy Q just now super chatted, a very generous super chat at that, and he says, "Keep it up, boy. We all appreciate your efforts." And if that wasn't enough, then Andy goes and also gifted 10 memberships just now. Andy, what the actual F is that? Mate, thank you so much for your extreme generosity, for your super chat, for your kind words, and for the gifted memberships. I hope that everybody who just now received a membership from Andy will thank you for it. And also, please enjoy the custom emojis that are now at your disposal as a member. Mate, thank you so much, Andy. Extremely generous. Really amazing. Sangsi, what are you doing? Also just now gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much for that, Sangsi. Dankjewel. Thank you so much. That is extremely generous of you as well. Already gifting memberships earlier in the show, and now once more 10 memberships. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership will thank the gifter for it. Please enjoy your custom emojis, members. Not just the new members, but old members as well. Don't forget they're there. You can spam us to death with them. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. Sangsi and Andy, thank you both for your extreme generosity. Now folks, the Quad Squad is coming. The Quad Squad is coming. The Emirates A380 is nearing Purmerend. Normally speaking, we should be able to see it from over here pretty soon. Purmerend lies behind the scale of chimney smoke chimneys. So the A380 on paper should be somewhere over there. Technically speaking.
This is always good to spot it. Somehow.
Yeah, if you guys see it, let me know. Jendrosek is watching. I'm not sure that we can see it with the nebulosity and the cloudiness.
Oh, I see a wolf.
Suriname is coming in. The A380 is visible.
Boy.
We have Welling arriving from Barcelona in the foreground. We have Transavia, the trash airplane, arriving from Barcelona in the background. And turning in now should be the A300 arriving from Luton. Which, warning, if you are gluten intolerant, will give you the cramps, so look away if you are gluten intolerant. Also a massive big thank you to Wolfgang, who just now gifted 5 memberships, and I think that is because we have breached the 500 likes mark. Thank you all so much for liking the stream, and if you are enjoying the stream but haven't already, consider adding to the number of likes. It really helps to promote this content to people like yourself who might also be interested in streams like these but who haven't come across the channel yet. Wolfgang, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships. I hope that everybody will say thank you or dankeschön to you for it. Now we have Welling coming in from Barcelona. Transavia coming in after that, also from Barcelona. And DHL A300, 600 coming in after that, arriving from London Luton. Pretty soon after that, and maybe, I'm thinking maybe we can see a combo shot of the A380 first, and then Suriname A340 behind it. That would be the mother of all glide slope shots. I said it about the A380 with the 747 in the background, but the A340 is so much more rare. That would be the mother of all glide slope shots. Wouldn't that be something? Also, Ian, if you are watching, thank you so much. I just received notification from PayPal of a donation via PayPal from you. Thank you so much, Ian, if you are watching. Let's quickly go back to the... Hey, and Nigel says that shortly before 12:30 a special livery Saudia Dreamliner is also coming. Which one is that? Awesome. Anyway, this is the Transavia trash airplane. Let's quickly have a look at it. Can anybody see the A380 already?
No.
Nope. No dice. No, I thought so.
Unless it's in the glide slope already, but...
No, it's flying base. It's flying base, and it's now between permanent and the glide slope. It's approaching the glide slope. It shouldn't be too far away. On paper, I'm thinking we should be able to see it. So from the sugar factory, it's probably not very high. Let's give it one try. Well, by the time we see it, it will have turned onto the glide slope already. No, I think since the number 2 arrival from London City is already so far away, it's only faintly visible.
Another 5.
Oh man, Alex Ausbon also gifting 5 memberships just now. Alex, dankeschön, vielen Dank, thank you so much for your kindness. I hope that everybody will enjoy their memberships who got their membership gifted from you just now. Hope they will also say thank you or dankeschön for it. Alex, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Skylounge new members. Now thank you all so much. What a generosity today. Amazing. Don't know what to say except thank you. I'm also happy to say it looks like the A340 is going to fly directly after the A380 on the glide slope. The mother of all glide slopes is coming. Get your cameras out, get ready, this is going to be epic.
I'm gonna do it via Snapchat.
This is going to be epic. First, let's have a look at the A300-600 arriving from London Luton. Flight time 38 minutes. The DAEAC, 33 years old. First flight January 1991. Hey there, Jin. Good afternoon. Good to see ya. Perfect timing. The mother of all glide slope shots is upon us. Is Jerry also in the chat? Where's Jerry? He's missing out on the mother of all glide slope shots in a few moments.
It's on the glide slope.
A380? Yeah, I see it.
I see things above.
It has 4 engines and it is now number 2 on the glide slope visible.
Then better, number 2.
Emirates A380, flight 147 arriving from Dubai, now number 5 on flight radar, tracked by 354 people, 6 hours and 36 minutes underway. The A6EOV, 9-year-old airplane, first flight September 2015. Flying behind it and not yet visible but soon will be, Suriname flight 994, the A340-600, operated by USC, arriving from Paramaribo, 9 hours and 5 minutes underway. Prepare for the mother of all glide slope shots, folks. This is epic. The A380 and soon the A340. In the foreground we have BA City Flyer coming in.
Boy.
Unfortunately, that is not going to be featured. We are going to stick the camera to the north at the A380 and the A340 that is behind it.
Boy, I'm older than the A380. I just...
Right. Where is the A340? Don't see it just yet. Ah, there it is, just left of it, at it's 9 o'clock. 2 airplanes, 8 engines.
Drop one.
There it is, folks, the mother of all glide slope shots. The A380 and the A340. This is something special. The A340 arriving from Paramaribo. The A340-600 no less. Being preceded by the Emirates A380, flight 147. What a sight to behold. Don't dare to zoom in too much because of the digital zoom magnification of pixels. But now I need to start zooming out. Otherwise you cannot see them both in the same frame. Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai coming in first. Suriname A340-600 coming in after that, arriving from Paramaribo in Suriname. First, the A380, let's look and listen. Epic. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. No time to waste. Gotta move with haste. The A340-600 coming in next. Arriving from Paramaribo, Suriname. Number 10 on flight radar, SLM flight 994. 9 hours and 8 minutes on the way. 20-year-old airplane, first flight December 2003. There it is, making its way over.
Hey, you took my hair dryer.
Now folks, stick around if you don't have to be anywhere. In just over an hour from now, 2 747s from Atlas Air approaching from the west and the east. At a moment where 2 runways are going to be open for parallel arrivals. 747-8 and the 747-400. Maybe we'll get a combo shot of 2 747s landing simultaneously, both from Atlas Air. First, the A340. This is so epic. Now check out this combo shot. This is something you don't see very often. A340-600 and the A380 together, back to back, arriving here at Schiphol Airport. Two of the 3 quad squad members and the third, the 747, will be arriving in 15 minutes from now. 2 of them parallel, one from Almaty, one from Miami. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, because I certainly am going to stick around for them. ETA 1:24 if I recall correctly, PM local time, which you can find in the bottom left corner of your screen. Beautiful. And also a massive big thank you to Dirk on tour, who just now gifted 5 memberships, 5 more new members courtesy of Dirk. Thank you so much, Dirk, for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, those new members. Please enjoy your custom emojis that are now at your disposal. Also, don't forget to say thank you to Dirk if you are one of the recipients of his gifted memberships just now. Dirk, thank you so much for your generosity and your kindness. TAP Air Portugal, in the meantime, just now landed, coming in from Lisbon. The A340-600 has vacated the runway, and in the distance we can see the Emirates A380 that is taxiing back to the main platform area. Its gate not too far away. Suriname following suit. Also the windsock indicating the current wind, southwest, moderate. Also a massive big thank you to Just Plain Nuts, who just now super chatted a very nice awesomeness super chat. Thank you so much for that, Just Plain Nuts. Incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for that. Right, back to business it is. KLM flight 1602 just arrived from Rome, and the number 170 arriving from Humberside is going to be next. Probably a Britty hopper. KLM flight 972. Another airplane on the glide slope already visible in the distance. That is Aer Lingus arriving from Dublin, and that is in the retro livery. Aer Lingus, now number 2. That is a beautiful airplane. A321 BBN Airlines, all white. I think flying for Turkish or Anadolu jet, arriving from Istanbul, now number 3 on the glide slope. Airborne porn indeed, Frank. Absolutely. Now we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Saudia arriving for Jeddah is also approaching, and that is in the 75 years livery. So we have a special livery Saudia coming, now flying base, and 2 airplanes before it we have the Aer Lingus in the retro livery, now number 2 on the glide slope. Also a beautiful airplane to see. 3 airplanes now visible on the glide slope. The 4th is turning in the Saudia. Not sure if we can see it already. Not sure that we will. Not a 4 airplane glide slope shot, but still the mother of all glide slope shots just now. The A340 and the A380. Absolutely terrific. British Hopper coming in from Humberside. Embraer 170. Right. Coming in, Aer Lingus, retro livery, Shamrock flight 604, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. 1 hour and 5 minutes on their way. It's the EI DVM, 13 years old, first flight February 2011. Boop the snoot. It looks so pretty with that black tipped nose. Love that about the retros. Wonderful airplane this. Indeed, Tomo, more retro liveries please, absolutely. It is a gorgeous looking airplane and I wish there were more of them. Real butt shot. Gorgeous, isn't it, Donna? Absolutely. Clean too, this one. That takes Andy back. Let's quickly turn around. Wow. Almost, well, already touching down is the A321. BBN Airlines, I think it was. All white, flying on behalf of Turkish or Anadolu Jet from Istanbul. Next up, Saudia. Saudia flight 215, arriving from Jeddah. 7879 Dreamliner in the 75 years livery. Quick butt shot. Next up, Saudia flight 215, arriving from Jeddah, 75 years livery, 7879 Dreamliner, 5 hours and 38 minutes on the way to get here, the Hussar, that's HZARE. The airplane is 7 years old, its first flight was in March of the year 2017. We already see the lights of an Embraer 190 from lot behind it, lot 263, arriving from Warsaw. Qatar A350 arriving from Doha, approaching the glide slope from the right. Now number 3 to arrive. Question is, can we see it already? The answer is probably not. Probably not. It does look like the nebulosity is increasing a little bit, although visibility below the ceiling still seems to be good. Saudia flight 215 up next in the 75 years livery, arriving from Jeddah, bringing us Jeddah nights. Ja, 3 koningen. The three kings. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Hey, what's the A350 doing? Is it overshooting? Huh? Looking on flight radar, it looks like the A350 is overshooting a little. Oh no. That was just a glitch in flight radar. Not seeing it just yet. Only seeing lot flight 263 at the moment, arriving from Warsaw, and Embraer 190.
Boy, we are going.
You guys are going?
Yeah, he's a bit cold. Still not listening to his dad. I'm picking up another sweater before we go.
Ah, yeah, you need layering this time of year. You will get cold quickly otherwise.
I'll pick up a coat.
Yeah. Well, in that case, if you guys are going, thanks for joining and see you in the next one, hopefully.
Laatste episode. Laatste keer. 50 jumping jacks.
Jumping jacks will get you warm, absolutely.
You guys at home, go off your couch and do 50 jumping jacks with me.
So Lot is now coming in first, and the second airplane that you guys can see is the Qatar A350 arrival from Doha, flight 275. That's the second A350 of the show. Embraer 175 arrival from Düsseldorf will Düsseldorf. That's Dutch. That's a Dutchism. Düsseldorf will be number 3. Looking very polished, as always. Even the flap surfaces look very polished, very nice. Next up, Qatar flight 275 arriving from Doha, A350-900, 6 hours and 17 minutes on the way. The A7ALM, Alpha Lima Mike, 8 years old, first flight October 2016. KLM flight 1800 behind it, Embraer 175 arriving from Düsseldorf, and a 777-200 behind that. Although, yeah, glide slope visibility is deteriorating ever so slightly. Hard to see them, the airplanes in the background. A350, beautiful. Next two airplanes coming in, KLM flight 1800 arriving from Düsseldorf, Embraer 175. Behind it is a KLM flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. That's a 777-200. In the meantime, Philip, thank you so much for your super chat. He says, how epic would it be if I came to the Polderbaan? Well, it depends on where you're coming from. Be there in 30 minutes, so you're not living too far away. That makes it a little bit less epic than if you came from abroad. Thank you so much for your super chat there. In the meantime, KLM flight 1800 coming in. And is that... No. Thought I saw Fidel Castro, but that's not a hovering bird, that's just a regular flying bird. Hey, see you guys, take care. KLM flight 1800 arriving from Düsseldorf. It seems to have a white nose. Bill Lorenzo. Flight time 32 minutes to get here. The airplane is 7 years old. Its first flight was in July 2017. White tip nose. Coming in from Düsseldorf. Short flight. Next up, coming in KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, 777-200, 7 hours and 50 minutes on the way. It's the PHBQE. The airplane is 20 years old. Its first flight was in January 2004. There's another airplane already on the glide slope behind it. The lights only faintly visible. KLM flight 1088 arriving from Cardiff. That is an Embraer 190. Ryanair is turning in, arriving from Dublin. Ryanair almost always gets loud, so it would be nice if that was going to happen. First up, KLM flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Now also a massive big thank you for your super chat, Jay, who is writing, I will be on the KLM flight from Atlanta in about 4 weeks. Looking forward to being back in Amsterdam. 4 weeks from now, so that is shortly before the holidays then. Will you be celebrating Christmas and New Year's in the Netherlands? That is great. Still hearing overhead traffic from Kaagbaan in the vicinity passing overhead, but not yet no longer visible. Nor was it, except for the beginning of the stream when there were still bits of blue in the sky. This is KLM flight 1088 arriving from Cardiff, Embraer 190 being followed by a Ryanair 737 arriving from Dublin, which I don't think we can see yet. Oh wait, no we can. They just don't have the lights on, which makes it a bit challenging to see it. 2 more 747s are expected within the hour. Last time we checked, their ETAs were similar. 1:24 or so. Atlas Air. One arriving from Miami, one from Almaty. Now from 1 till 2 it will be parallel arrivals. So the central runway is also going to open up from 1 o'clock until 2. Means we may get to see a parallel 747 arrival. Not sure if the ETAs are still the same. Let's have a look before the landing of the Ryanair, which might get loud and I don't want to miss. Look on Flight Radar. Quick look at the map will show us that 2 Atlas Airs are coming. One now has the ETA of 1:20 and is expected in 46 minutes from now. And now the other one is still at 1:24. So no parallel arrivals anymore. Atlas Air arriving from Miami now gained 4 minutes. Both expected shortly before 1:30. I'm sticking around until at least the Atlas Air arriving from the west has landed. It's interesting to see that Air China Cargo is also coming back with a 747 from Beijing today. Now there's also an EasyJet, Jesus, but it is flying from Alicante to Liverpool today, so no dice. We're not going to see that today, unfortunately. Ryanair Flight 420 arriving from Dublin, Ireland, now next to land over here. It's a 737-800. Flight time 1 hour and 5 minutes as we speak. The airplane is 6 years old. Its first flight was in November 2018. Now you may think 737s, they're a dime in a dozen, but the upshot is Ryanair pilots often use their reversers. So I'm hoping today this airplane will too. Because as small as the 737s maybe, they do get loud when the reversers are fully applied. Nope. No dice. Now interestingly, we saw the baby bus earlier, the A318 from Air France arriving from Paris. Here it's bigger, its smallest bigger sibling, the A319. So Air France sending over an A320, an A319 and an A318 in this stream. This is Air France flight 1640. It's an A319 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, 45 minutes on the way. 23 years old, first flight May 2001. Maria has to go. It's already Sunday over there in New Zealand. Hitting the sack and going to sleep pretty soon. Thank you for joining, Maria. Hope to see you in the next one. The airplane in the background is number 190 KLM arriving from Basel. And Rudy is also going away. Have to sign out. Thank you for joining, Rudy. Now if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around for another 50 or so minutes, 45 minutes. Atlas Air 7478 arriving from Miami will be landing on this runway. This is an A319 from Air France. It's what you get when you're an A318 and you're making promotion. Still a small airplane to look at, but not as small as the A318. Just thinking that I saw both airplanes in this show, so maybe I will make a comparison picture. Would be nice to see them next to one another. Alan also has to go. Thank you for joining, Alan. off to watch some local football. You enjoy that, mate, and hope to see you again in the next one. Don't forget to piss someone off, otherwise it will not be a good day. KLM flight 1944 arriving from Basel. It is a regular KLM, not a Britty Hopper, not a German Airways. One of their own, a blue one. 1 hour and 4 minutes on the way to get here. The PHEXY, Fexy Lady. 6 years old, first flight February 2018. The airplane that you see in the background is an A320neo from Vueling, arriving from Valencia. Now I don't know where St. Nicholas is living in Spain, but we have seen several Vueling flights and St. Nicholas was set to arrive in the Netherlands today, so who knows? Will he be on board? How can we see? How can we know for sure? Hello there, chaps. Fully focused on the business at hand. Bird controller, in the meantime, snuck up on us and is now sitting over there. K4, that's one of 3 Ford Ranger Raptors. K1 is a VW pickup truck, and there's also H1, which is a van, I thought also from VW, if I recall correctly. Vueling is in the foreground now, arriving from Valencia. That's an A320neo, and a regular A320 is behind it. That is from Lufthansa, arriving from Munich, flight 2304. Marcel also tuning off, signing off, tuning out. Thank you for your kind words, Marcel. Glad that you enjoyed the stream. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate, and hope to see you again in another one. Alan says, oh, don't worry, people will be pissed off by my appearance. What will you be going out dressed like? Are you going out as Black Pete or something? Anyway, I'm all in the St. Nicholas theme here, talking about Black Pete and whatnot. Please disregard your host. This is Vueling, A320 Neo, with the dot still in place, arriving from Valencia. Focusing on the dot because so many of you like it. Next up, Lufthansa, arriving from Munich. A320, flight 2304. 1 hour and 5 minutes on the way. It's the DAIUE, DAIU. 10 years old, first flight April 2014. NJ not like dot. NJ is the exception to the rule. Everybody else is raving enthusiastically about the beautiful dot on Vueling's livery. Qatar 777 arriving from Doha is flying over Purmerend and is also approaching. So it's not just narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies, like it often is. Which I'm happy about, because the monotony of constantly seeing narrow bodies can get intense at times. Makes for nice variation. So I'm happy to see Qatar triple coming this way pretty soon. First up, Lufthansa flight 2304, A320, arriving from Munich. Or is Qatar already assigned to the center runway? Wouldn't be surprised if it were. Now there's also a small mother-in-law cabin right on top of the main cabin. Lufthansa thinks about everything. That is Harry screeching as he's doing a distant flyby. Now things are getting more grim. If you look, the cloudiness is getting more dense. The wind is blowing from the south-southwest more or less. It doesn't look like rain is going to fall pretty soon, but you can see that the clouds are gradually getting more dense. That is also what was forecasted for today. Rain later in the day, and that's the beginning of the end. The end of dry weather for a long period to come, according to the weather reports. Indeed, Frank, what all that fuss about Black Pete? Nobody protests against Black Friday. And Lane is also going. He says, I have to go, but I enjoyed the beautiful footage. Lane, thank you for your kind words. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. And hope to see you again soon. Sander is giving us good news. Qatar is coming this way. Excellent. Because it is 1:45 now, so the center runway will open up for arrivals from the east sometime soon. Sometimes ATC is a bit soon with assigning airplanes to the center runway already. So if Qatar is coming this way, that is good news. Is there a hidden message for AMS Live viewers? It's not the case. Calling all first officers of KLM and all other airliners flying to Amsterdam. I challenge you to write a message to AMS Live viewers and place that behind your sunscreen. You can see I can zoom into it quite easily and we can read it, so it will be a separate video that I will make of that to whoever does this. Transavia, not with the lights on yet, arriving from Valencia, flight 6332. In the foreground and in the background we have Qatar flight 273 arriving from Doha. That's 777-300. And in the meantime we have reached 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that. Thanks Ed for letting us know. If you have been enjoying the show so far and you haven't, consider giving a like. It really helps to spread this content to more people like yourselves who are into streams such as these, but who haven't come across the channel yet. Hey, dankjewel. Thank you. This is Transavia flight 6332 arriving from Valencia. Donald is also celebrating the 600 likes, quacking like there's no tomorrow. He's having a riot, he's having a blast. Indeed, landing checklist fail. No lights. If you're wondering where is Donald, here he is. Wah. Wah, 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 wah. Are you threatening me? Are you threatening me? Wah, wah, wah. Anyway, let's quickly turn back to the business at hand. Qatar coming in from Doha, 777-300 flight 273. 6 hours and 14 minutes on the way. It's the A7 Bat. It's Batman coming to town. Not just St. Nicholas. The airplane is 11 years old. Its first flight was in October 2013. Hey, Lance, also in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Ricardo has to go. See you later, Ricardo. Thank you so much for joining. And hope to see you again soon. We're sticking around. We're sticking around for a 747. A 747-8 to be precise, arriving from Miami, Florida. Atlas Air coming in. Expected in half an hour or so from now. Batman. Donald thinks it's funny. Alrighty. 777-200 arriving from Guayaquil in Ecuador is now coming from the west, and coming in from the east is an E2 Embraer from KLM arriving from Frankfurt. Let's see what else is coming. Transavia's, KLM's. Turkish flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul, A330-200. That is probably going to the center runway, or is it? Hey, is that K1? Yep, K1 bird control, that's the only VW. K2, K3, K4, those are all Ford Ranger Raptors. Is it still going to be dry? I see a droplet on my screen. The sky north of me looks a bit dark. Donald is having a laugh riot here. He's having a blast. Yeah. He's fanboying over me. Could be. Well, hopefully it's going to stay dry enough for us to await the arrival of Her Majesty the Queen. Meanwhile, Donald is taking off, seeking higher grounds. That's an ominous sign. If the ducks are leaving, does that mean that rain is coming? Don't know for sure. I do know that I find that one droplet on the lens a little bit annoying, and I'm going to take it off while I still have the time for it, since the next airplane is still a bit out. Nothing substantial in terms of precipitation, just a little drizzly droplet that seems to have found its way onto the lens, but no longer is there. Frank says, just you laugh, ducky, it'll be Christmas soon. Peking duck for dinner. Cormorant also just did a flyby. Aalscholver in Dutch. Almost hitting that plane. Watch out, it's coming. Atlas Miami ETA 122 coming in pretty soon. Is the Turkish coming to center, or is Turkish also coming to the Polderbaan? It's still 10-1, so I'm curious. E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1818 arriving from Frankfurt, now coming in first. Dirk on tour confirming what I already thought was going to happen. Turkish to center. We can still see it from over here, but won't be landing right in front of us then. KLM flight 755 arriving from Guayaquil, now vaguely becoming visible. Visibility to the north quickly deteriorating, as drizzly weather seems to be making its way in. Interestingly, on ground level the wind is blowing from the south. It looks like the clouds on higher ground are more coming in from the west, if not northwest. So Turkish flight 1957 will be going to the center runway, as expected. E2 Embraer 195 with no reversers being applied. The slots are shut and have not opened. It's not even an idle reverse landing. Just a no reverse landing and some squeaky brakes by the sound of it. Frank asks, can we have a new emoji? A talking carrot choking on a Big Mac. Mate, even though we've had a lot of new members over the last 2 days, I think we're still a couple shy to get additional emojis in. So we have to replace emojis for the time being if we want new emojis. Also, Frank, you have to be a member first to get the custom emojis. KLM flight 755 coming in next. It is a 777-200 arriving from Guayaquil, and we all know where that is. 10 hours and 56 minutes on the way. The PHBQB, it is 21 years old. Its first flight was in October 2003. The airplane that you see vaguely in the background behind it is KLM flight 938. That's a Boeing 737-800 arriving from Glasgow. Transavia A321neo is coming, but not before a 737 from KLM arriving from Milan. Oh, what's that? The edges, bit dirty. So un-KLM like here too. Was this? Yeah, this was regular KLM. It has the crown on it. Not even KLM Asia. It's prime KLM, and it had dirty flaps. Incredible. Very un-KLM like. This is KLM flight 938 arriving from Glasgow. 737-800. 59 minutes underway. The PHBCA. The airplane is 13 years old. Its first flight was in November 2010. KLM flight 1614 behind it. Arriving from Milan. That is a 737-800. No. Narrow-bodies. Okay, bear with me. Before the 747 lands, it looks like we'll have to wait through almost all of the narrow-bodies in KLM's fleet. Let's have a look. Next airplane coming in pretty far away still, KLM flight 1614. Where are the 747s at? Our patience is going to be tested because there are so much smaller airplanes coming in before them. The one arriving from the east still has its ETA at 124, and now it once again has become 122 for the Atlas Air arriving from the west. So near parallel arrivals, question mark, would be something, wouldn't it? after the mother of all glide slope shots with the A380 being followed by the A340. That would be the icing on the cake, wouldn't it? Now in the meantime, Turkish A330 arriving from Istanbul, going to the center runway, flying over there, flight 1957, coming in. Meanwhile, KLM flight 1614 arriving from Milan, about to touch down here on the Polderbaan. And after that we are going to see pairs of airplanes coming in. Parallel arrivals have officially begun. See that Sweetie is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well.
Hallo.
Hey.
De stream te kijken.
Hey, leuk. Philip.
Ja.
Leuk man.
Ja, ik dacht van, ik woon toch dichtbij, dus kom even langs.
Je woont toch dichtbij.
Ja.
Kom je van ver?
Ik woon ergens in Leiden.
In Leiden. Oh, wat leuk. Ik woon in Lisse. Dat is niet zo ver weg hier vandaan ook.
En ik heb toch al de hele dag. Dus voor mij is geen school, dus
Mooi man.
het weekend.
Mooi man.
Maar goed dat je het zien.
Leuk man. Nou, je bent nog op tijd. We gaan zo meteen we 2 747's gaan we krijgen.
Ja.
Er komt er eentje binnen vanuit het westen. Die komt hier. Straks ook nog eentje tegelijk, bijna tegelijk uit het oosten. Die gaat naar de center. Dus ze komen ongeveer tegelijk aan. De een om 22, de ander om 20. Dus als het een beetje mee zit, krijgen we ze hier tegelijk te zien. Allebei van Atlas Air.
Oh, nice. Is even voor die 600 al geland?
Ja, A340-600 die is geland. En precies achter de A380. Dus dat is echt, die kwamen allebei achter elkaar. Dat was echt super. In the meantime, Philip has arrived over here. Coming from Leiden.
Wat? Best wel lang.
Oké. 3 dagen. Maar ik woon in Hoofddorp, dus ik ga even kijken.
So we have Philadelphia flight 6144 arriving from Alicante, A321 Neo coming in here, flying parallel to it, KLM flight 1830 arriving from Stuttgart. Means that the DJI mic receiver has died on me. The downside of charging it, which I am now doing, is that you hear interference. That is the downside. Now, coming in next is KLM flight 1502 arriving from Madrid. It's a 737-800. Flying parallel to it is a 737-700 arriving from Berlin. KLM flight 1776. KLM 737-800 behind it is arriving from Prague. So it is 737s galore. on both runways. Now a couple of 737s back to back coming in. And in the meantime, K1 is passing by from the other side, saying hi. K1 bird control patrolling. Right, it's 737s galore for the time being on both runways, one after the other. The airplane that you see right there is arriving from Geneva. The one over there is arriving from Prague. It's the entire fleet of KLM 737s that is now coming in. KLM Flight 1354 arriving from Prague, and coming in now to Polderbaan is KLM Flight 1932, which is arriving from Geneva. 737-700. Flying parallel to it is a 737-400. And indeed, as I thought was going to happen, Paul confirming that the 747 from the east has been assigned to center. Just Mike asks, what is the bird control car doing? Playing high-pitched sounds to keep the birds from flying there. That, and also firing off rounds of fireworks. The variations between banging and whistling. They also have predator bird sounds on a sound effect board that they can play, and that chases away the birds as well. And Bert is asking what the best EHM channel is to listen to on live ATC. Well, for Polderbaan it is Tower West, but on the tower you'll only get the clearance to land. That's when they are on final already. Approach and departure I think is most of the time more interesting, because it is all the airplanes getting vectored into the glide slope, and also the outbound traffic that just took off that you can hear on that channel. Visibility is slowly but surely getting grimmer over here. You can definitely tell that more cloudy and more dense cloud weather and more rainy weather is coming in slowly but surely. 737s for the time being. Embraer 190 is now also coming to the center runway. The next airplane to Polderbaan, still a bit further out. Oh. Embraer 190 arriving from Billund, KLM Flight 1294. Next airplane coming this way is another KLM 737-800 arriving from London Heathrow, KLM Flight 1006. Got a A321 Neo coming in from London Heathrow. To London Heathrow airplanes coming to the polderbaan. Interesting. Vaguely visible is KLM flight 1006. That's a 737-800 arriving from London Heathrow. And turning in behind it is BA flight 434 arriving from London Heathrow. That's an A321neo. Wolfgang asks about a new METAR. I'm sure there is. We can take a moment to have a look at it while we're waiting. And you can see both the 747s are in Dutch airspace already. The 747 going to center is arriving at 29 and the other one arriving to the polderbaan is expected around 22. And the new METAR is going to show a ceiling at 2,500 feet, still 10 plus kilometers of visibility below the ceiling. Wind has increased to 13 knots and is still blowing from the same direction. 9 degrees C's has become 10 degrees C's, that is roughly 50 F. Charlie is tuning in all the way from New York City. What a great channel to watch in the morning. Thank you for your kind words, mate. The interference that you're hearing is because my DJI mic receiver died on me just now after having streamed for, what is it, nearly 4 hours. And the cold combined. So I'm charging it with USB-C. Unfortunately, now also my heated glove has died on me. The second battery also ran out. That's what you get with cold temperatures out here. And you guys are asking to fix the static noise of the microphone. Absolutely, I can turn off the I can ditch the USB-C charging cable and hope that the mic won't die on me, because what the static was is the charging via USB-C of my DJI mic transmitter. So it's either hearing static and you can hear me properly, or run the risk of the voiceover dying again. I think it has charged sufficiently for us to make it through the end of the stream. But that is the downside of the DJI mic. The receiver dies pretty soon now. Also with a fresh battery, still not a very extensive lifespan, 4 or so hours. John says, bring back the static. Gravely Lewis is tuning in from Quebec City. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, the thing is, that's the Achilles heel of my setup. The only thing that I cannot hook onto the power station is the DJI mic. If I do connect it like I did just now with a USB-C cable, the charging gives static. Unfortunately, I cannot replace the battery on the fly. I can replace the battery for a new one, which probably has a longer lifespan, only a little bit. Upgrading to a Sennheiser UHF wireless microphone system will put me back 700 euros or something, and is probably going to restrict me in the number of countries I can use it in. Well, the power outlet is not an issue, Frank, because I just now charged the DJI via my power station. It's just that the charging introduces the interference. This is a BA A321 coming in. Wat zei je? Oh nee hoor, dankjewel. Ik hoef niks, dank je. Thank you so much. Nee, dank je. Ik hoef niet. Ik kan ook niet eten als ik ben de hele tijd aan het praten. Dus dankjewel, hè lief. Ik pas... A croquette or a cheese soufflé was just offered to me by Philip. Extremely sweet. but not very appropriate to be munching on some fried snacks while doing a live stream. Well, the thing you guys are misunderstanding, I think. Lack of power is not an issue. Lack of battery power in my DJI mic receiver is the issue. And I can charge it. I can charge everything for an entire day. My power station has ample juice in it to power everything, the laptop, the phone, the camera, for an entire day. But whenever I hook the USB charging cable to the DJI mic receiver, it starts with the static. Doesn't matter if you use AC, DC, Aerosmith, Guns N' Roses, it doesn't matter. Right, the 747-8 arriving from Miami is approaching the coast. On paper, it should be flying somewhere over there. Obviously, we cannot see it just yet, but it is approaching. I can see it on my postage stamp of flight radar already. Absolutely, Michael. I fully agree with you there. Just send all the heavies to me. All the narrow bodies go to the different runway. Yeah, we'll have to wait for the next airplane to come in. Is there a runway inspection going on? The answer is no. Because K1 is just driving slowly next to the runway. Just a matter of no traffic coming in from the west for a few moments. KLM flight 1852 arriving from Munich, 737-800, which is going to be followed by number 175 arriving from Stavanger. And the KLM 737 arriving from Barcelona behind it. Gravely Lewis says, I don't think we've ever seen you in front of the camera. Well, I've been in front of the camera on several occasions, but I'll happily oblige and show you what I'm currently look like. Let me switch to autofocus so you can see my face in full. Heated glove on one hand, fingerless glove with a hand warmer in it on the other, a hat over my head and a microphone attached to the head for the voiceover. The heated glove, by the way, has died on me. I think I'm going to insert the third battery into it. No, let's just wait it out. Takes too much time. This is KLM flight 1176, arriving from Stavanger, Embraer 175. Hey, Royal Air Maroc, or what is it? No, Royal Jordanian. Arriving from Amman. That's an E2 Embraer 190 coming into the center runway. That's a very, very, very beautiful airplane. That's not this one, but the next one. That is a gorgeous airplane. The hand is getting cold quite quickly. I think I have Raynaud's phenomenon, which means that whenever the weather is cool, my hands are really going to get cool really quickly. Yeah, indeed, Frank, those batteries, I can replace them. I have done so before already last year. Apparently after a year they are getting more easily empty. It's not very difficult to open up the DJI mic receiver and replace the battery. Did it before, but It's not ideal, and it's definitely not something that you can do on the fly, unfortunately. Maybe going for a Sennheiser Sennheiser set is a better option. No interference because it will not be transmitting on 2.4 gigahertz. Mightily more expensive. You have to be very careful what bandwidth you purchase, because otherwise you are limited in some countries. And indeed, cool temperatures also don't make the performance better. Now check it out. This is Royal Jordanian E2 Embraer 190 arriving from Amman. Oh man. 5 hours and 6 minutes on the way. It's the JY Red. It's a brand new airplane, hailing from the year 2024. It's becoming a bit more hazy. You can definitely see less details than you would be able to on a clear day. Still a beautiful livery, and it looks well on this airplane in my opinion. That's a great idea, Wolfgang. Put the receiver in a heated glove. I like the way you think, mate. And thank you, Ari Sharky, for your kind words. Says, hey, love watching your stream in the middle of the night here over here in Australia. That's great to hear, man. That's great to hear. A lot of Aussies and Kiwis have found their way to the stream. Always nice. This is the Vueling, what was it again? It's a hybrid livery. What was that other operator again called? I know I've known it. Anyway, not a parallel arrival, unfortunately. The Atlas from Miami is already on the glide slope, now number 2. And the other 747 arriving from Almaty is now flying base and soon to turn in. Looks like it is going to be number 3 or 4 for the center runway. Frank says keep a replacement battery on standby. Well, no, yeah, but I would have to replace it at home. Cannot replace it in the field. You have to open it up, and you also have to remove some of the circuit boards before you can reach the location the battery is situated in the receiver. Level indeed. Thank you, Emmy. It was a hybrid livery, part level and part Vueling. Right. KLM, Embraer 175, landing. There it is. Atlas Air, flight 5219. It's a 747-8 Boeing. Coming in from Miami, Florida. 8 hours and 3 minutes underway. The airplane is 11 years old. Its first flight was in February 2013. And Frank, there is an external power input available, but it's only USB-C. And whenever I attach USB-C and start charging while the receiver is in use, you start hearing that interference that you guys were complaining about. Unless you know of a way how I can charge it via USB-C without the interference, I don't see any way to charge it on the fly, because I thought that was going to be my loophole. Just keep it attached to USB-C all the time and it will never run empty. Unfortunately, that did not work. Right, Atlas Air Flight 8153 is approaching the center runway. That's a Boeing 747-400, also by Atlas Air, arriving from Almaty. First up, the Queen of the Sky. Coming in, arriving from Miami, 747-8. They have a great potential to get loud. Let's look and listen. Fingers crossed. Yes, that definitely didn't disappoint. The penultimate airplane of the day, the last airplane, will be the other 747 that is now flying parallel to it, to the center runway. I'm looking behind me to see if I can spot that other 747 already. The answer is no. I will turn around the camera as soon as I can see it. It has begun to drizzle ever so slowly over here. You can see, big picture wise, things are definitely getting a bit more hazy and dark. Right, Atlas Air vacating the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. And Atlas Air 747-400 freighter arriving from Almaty now has become visible and is flying towards the center runway. Flight 8153 arriving from Almaty, 7 hours and 34 minutes underway. This Boeing 747-400 freighter is hailing from the year 1998, making it 26 years old. First flight was in July of that year. 1998. I was in high school back then, with still 2 more years to go before graduating and going to university. What were you guys doing back in 1998? Lisa was in diapers. Yeah. Random guy wasn't born yet. Rob was still in the cauliflowers. Bart was trying to reach the tap on the sink as a 5-year-old. Right, Atlas Air has landed. Unfortunately, combo shot with the other Atlas Air will become a bit difficult. But I'm going to try regardless. Nah. Atlas Air, the other Atlas Air is hiding and is now only becoming visible. Combo shot with the vacating runway, the vacating airplane in the foreground. 98, Stacy says, I was working and saving, about to do some backpacking around the world. Right. Anyway, folks, I'm going to wrap it up now. This was the last couple of airplanes. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. I certainly did. It was immense. The A380 and the A340 back-to-back landing was the highlight of the show, in my opinion. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Thank you all so much for the support. Thank you moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. I hope to see you all in the next one. Thank you to everybody who was so kind to gift memberships, become a member themselves, or any of the other forms of support. Drop a like if you liked what you saw but you haven't already. Hope to see you in the next one. Stay dry, stay safe. See you in the next one. Bye for now.